Alright. Hello, everyone who could make it. Today I'm going to be playing Wrath of the Righteous, and I'm going to be at this for a while. Today the stream is pretty much going to be going on until, let's see, I want to say 7 hours or so. Alright. They said there's some notes. I should really check those patch notes one day. Alright, for now, I've unlocked the Mythic paths. At least I think. I have lost the chance to get the Aeon. At least with this character. And that's fine, since there's only one I'm really looking forward to. Area exit, I guess. Oh, right. Filter, wait in ascending order. Alright. Dump the tower shield. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, no. Everyone's fatigued. This will be my first rest since starting the Grey Garrison quest line. I don't really have it on there. Is there any recipe I can try? Sure, this. Fish on a stick. Let's do it. Walls with no walls, a sky with no ceiling. I liked it better in the caves, where I knew every twist and turn, and every place to expect prey or an ambush. Yeah, hey, Trocius. Technically, I'm a little later than I was originally planning. But, yes, for the sake of the usual times I'm on, yeah. How are you still here? Well, you see, you keep getting called into work because people keep calling off. And then you realize you do need the extra money could be helpful, so then you put off the streaming. Plus, I've been going on Pathfinder Kingmaker on the days when I couldn't stream in the evening. Oh, right. Alright, rest is done, but I still gotta drop a lot of stuff. No, I mean at the end of chapter 1. Oh. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, just a lack of free time. And splitting my time on playing Pathfinder Kingmaker in this. Oh wow, if I drop these, I should be able to... Yeah. Nope. Alright. Let's drop all the studded leathers. Still not good enough. Drop the scale now. If I drop all these, will I be good to go? No. 300. Drop all that. Alright. Now I'm good. Oh! Wait, what? Midnight. These only weigh. Oh, wait. Longswords weigh 4 pounds. Grab one. Grab a Masterwork Scimitars. And drop the longsword. Forget it. Leave. Alright. Let's see. But yeah, again, I just didn't have a lot of time that I spent on Wrath of the Righteous yet. Hoping to change that today.
Make way. Warrior Queen coming through with a round for the heroes. Whoa, the heart is packed. And you considered mixing this little shindig, Beth?
When Anevia reaches the long table your party is gathered around, she heavily flops onto the bench and hands out the tankards of beer.
I did consider it, and I am still considering it. It hasn't even been a week since the last demon was booted out of Canabras, and we really should be in a period of mourning for all the city's fallen. But the people deserve to celebrate, and he deserves to be honored for saving the city and possibly all of Mendhov.
Let's see. Don't praise on me, don't hold back. We did it together. That was one hell of a fight.
One hell of a fight calls for one hell of a party.
According to the Watch reports, there has been no demon activity whatsoever outside Canabras. I get the feeling the fiends are as shocked by what happened as we are. What happened in the garrison, what you did, it was a miracle. I truly believe that the gods remembered us and decided to intervene.
And here come the long cutscenes. Uh-oh.
Beth, come on, you agreed. No serious business today.
All right, I'm done. No more. Who would have thought we'd be celebrating a successful attack on the Grey Garrison, our own fortress, and that we'd blow the roof off the place?
It's simply unforgivable.
Comes the cheerful voice of someone sitting at the far corner of the table.
While we're on the topic of the roof, there's already a rumor going around that you have been blessed by Iomade herself. And it was her power granted to you that destroyed the garrison's walls and roof. And it turns out the people want a little piece of that blessing for themselves. The townsfolk are gathering chunks of the garrison's rubble as souvenirs and talismans. And I'm sure they'll hit the black market soon enough. Oh, yeah. Here, breathe on this for me. For good luck.
Nevia pulls a piece of gray stone from her pocket. Drop it, Nevia. I'm not a messenger sent by the gods. I wonder if I can get a cut of the sails. Let's see, we need all the... No. I wonder if I can get a cut of the sails.
I know a guy who knows some guys.
Nevia gives you a conspiratorial smile.
Nevi! What are you on about now?
What do you mean? Do you see many people at this table who've been personally blessed by Iomade herself? Well, a couple perhaps.
This is the same mirthful voice that joined in before.
Iomede's blessings are not conveyed through stones, and as public officials, we really shouldn't.
Arabeth looks to the end of the table where the voice originated, and her eyes widen as her words trail off.
I feel a little chastened after what you've said about public officials. But I myself have acquired a few pieces of stone and also wish to ask our hero to breathe on them for good luck. So, what now? Are you going to toss me out of this fine establishment?
The woman dressed in unshowy finery raises her eyebrows.
Your Majesty.
My armies are stuck at Canabras at the moment. I thought it would be easier than Kingmaker, but turns out it's just as tedious. Wait, of course it's going to be more, I thought it would be more difficult. You said it was going to be like Suikoden. The only Suikoden I played was Suikoden 5, but it had like turn-based combat, real-time combat, role-playing game combat, tactics combat. And even then, if you didn't talk to all the right NPCs, you wound up getting in like an automatic game over. If this is anything like that, then you have to be real meticulous. It's not like Suikoden, it's like Might and Magic. Okay? I only played the one on DS, which tried to take advantage of the dual screen, which was essentially it was like two factions. Each one was had different units. You had to match the units to attack, and each unit had like different properties. They were all in theme of whichever faction you had, but you know, I don't know how good or bad that would be for, you know, in comparison to this. So yeah, guess I'll find out if I like Might and Magic.
Yes, it is I. I made the journey here to deduct the cost of repairing the garrison roof from your salary. We have not been introduced. Galfrey of Mendev.
Shake her hand. I didn't expect to see the queen at our table. Lawful, shake her hand. It's an honor, your majesty. Same thing, and unit count determines how good that unit is. And believe me, getting new recruits takes a long time and money. Thankfully, I'm the type of I'm making the type of character that's a real greedy motherfucker. In money, I'm broke as hell. Shit. Well, you probably don't like stack up on useless loot to sell later like I do. Do you have a strength build character too, or so you can carry more, or what? Oh, hold on. Let's see. Shake her hand. It's an honor, your majesty. Kiss her hand. The rumors of your beauty were not exaggerated, and do not move. The queen has graced us with her presence. So, I lost 4 armies already. What the hell? Wait, how many armies do you get? Like, you mean you had to load 4 times? Alright, we're gonna... Oh, flip. Kiss her hand. The rumors of your beauty were not exaggerated. No. No, I have a dex build. I'm playing a ranger. Like, are you a bow ranger? I thought, like, if Acundio showed anything, it's that even rangers want to care about their strength in some way or another. No, I lost 4 armies, had to rebuild 4 new armies. And it sounds like money's really going to be an important factor in this. Ah, screw it. Kiss her hand. Yeah.
Thank you for the compliment. So, this is what he looks like. The one all Mendev is talking about. News of your deeds reached me even before my messengers could.
See, I do have a bit of strength, but nothing much. Alright. Yeah, not having strength means it's a lot harder to haul in any treasure.
Your Majesty, we were just... I'll have them arrange.
Arabeth, finally recovering from the shock, bolts to her feet.
Calm yourself, Commander. I deliberately came here without any fanfare because I did not wish to draw attention away from our honored hero here. My personal guard and the force I brought with me are standing watch outside the city. I ordered all your sentries to stand down. They also deserve a break. Every person who tirelessly fought to save Canabris will enjoy themselves today. And my reinforcements will ensure peace and order.
And you forgot to get your mythic... Ah, son of a bitch, yeah. That's right. When I put them in this... I think I put them into something before I logged off, but... No, wait, no I didn't. Ah, fuck. Ah, well, I'll do it later. What's the worst that could happen? Alright, let's see. We all need... Will you join our celebrations, Your Majesty? We all need to get some rest. We're here celebrating while the demons might be planning their next campaign. Nah. Alright, will you join our celebration, Your Majesty?
Please, don't Your Majesty me. We are in a tavern, not my court in Nerosian. Address me as you would any comrade in arms. Concerning the celebration, as you can see, I already invited myself. I couldn't pass up the chance to meet the new hero all the Crusaders are talking about. And soon, not just Crusaders.
Alright. We all need to get some rest.
Because grand new deeds lie ahead, yes?
Your Majesty, my dear cousin.
Count, I admit I was surprised to learn that you valiantly joined the ranks of the city's defenders. Pleasantly surprised.
I live to please you, my queen. My first thought when Daskari cruelly robbed us of noble Terendelev and half of Canabris' crusaders in one fell swoop was of you, my queen, and of how these events would weigh heavily on you. No one could have foreseen the demon attack, and we have so successfully held the defense here for 4 heroic crusades.
I'm going to drown him in the nearest well this very night.
I value your dedication and your eloquence. I hope you will continue to aid our soldiers.
Not a chance. You know that I am not made for the front lines. Excellent bash, but alas, I really must go. Important matters to be getting on with. A new shipment of wine from Kionin, and 3 beautiful creatures of the same provenance. But I will most assuredly come to say my farewells before your army departs on its campaign, which, wherever it may lead you, will undoubtedly be crowned with victory.
I shall hold you to that, Count. And now allow me to devote some time to the hero of the evening. I did not come here solely to give you this chance to celebrate. But all serious discussions and official announcements can wait until tomorrow. I have big, big plans for all of you. Especially for you. But I want to keep you in suspense for a little while longer, so I shan't say another word. Let us mark this victory. My first toast is to you, the hero of Canabris. Now, what are we drinking?
Oh, Mythic Archery is bonkers so far. A lot of fun. What is it? What does that give? Huh.
The fires of Canabris have died down. Now the army's path leads to the walls of Dresden. A fallen citadel that the Crusaders have been trying in vain to reclaim for 70 years. The new piece on the board might give their efforts some added momentum.
Uh-oh. I was hoping they'd give me a merchant to go to. See, I've tried to re-roll into a wizard a few times, but it never turned out well. Abundant casting is good, but spells just seem to deal less damage than arrows. Is that helm next to Erebeth, the hero who saved Canabras? The queen is coming. The queen.
Rise, warriors. Today is a day of sorrow and pride. Sorrow because we weep for our brothers and sisters who perished in Canabras. Pride because despite demonic treachery, our heroes repelled the attack and saved the city. I, Queen Golfrey of Mendev, declare this day the first day of the Fifth Crusade, and I am glad to introduce the one who will lead the attack on the forces of the Abyss, the hero of Canabras, Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade, your leader from now unto victory or death. And
Yes.
now it's time to rest. Everyone is dismissed.
Everyone return to you. Yes.
There. The troop review is finished. I'll give you some time to look around the camp, and then I shall expect your presence at headquarters.
Commander, please allow me to join you while you inspect our encampment. Okay, storyteller. How have you been? The old elf smiles when he hears your footsteps. Allow me to congratulate you on your victory, and on acquiring mythical powers capable of casting down the strongest of demons. I got the page you were looking for from the Grey Garrison. The storyteller carefully takes the page from your hands. His fingers touch the ancient letters gently, examining them lightly, following their lines. I see myself, young, energetic, able to see. Oh gods, have I found the key to my past? Finally, I will find out what my own mind has been hiding from me. Alright. Elven notes from the garrison. The elf's expression becomes withdrawn. The wrinkles on his face soften. Thank you, Lewis, and please follow me to my story. Let us embark on this journey together. The storyteller inhales sharply a few times and begins his story. They are leaving. The people of Kionen faced the coming earthfall and admitted that they were incapable of handling this disaster. Proud rulers, artful crafters, brave warriors, wise mages, and skilled healers, all of them hurried to the gate of Silverian, looking around fearfully. A clean, safe world is waiting for them there. My people decided not to fight for Galarian. I am ashamed, and I am sorry for them. Their hearts wavered in the face of the catastrophe, but my will is strong. I am staying. My kinfolk are looking at me angrily. How dare I diminish their decision with my recklessness? My choice makes them cowards, traitors of their own home. One of them, my former mentor, looks at me bitterly. He hands me a neat notebook with a tree bark cover, in case you change your mind. With a heavy sigh, he returns to the line of those departing. Forgive me, brothers and sisters. I watch the gate of the Silverian stone close, separating me from them. It's time for me to go too. I open my master's notebook. These are his notes about traveling between worlds, in case you change your mind. He hopes the burden I shouldered voluntarily will be too much. I will lose heart and find my way to Silverian. That will never happen. My mouth is set stubbornly. I tear my master's notebook to pieces. I use my forced pride as a shield against my fear of what is to come. Why did the elves decide to flee, not fight? The storyteller's lips purse with disdain. They are afraid to lose what they have. They were rulers, long-lived and powerful. They valued their lives and sunshine too much to enter the fight with the aftermath of Earthfall. Your mentor is a mage? Then you must be too, yes? Yes, I am an archmage. And this title is well deserved. I have acquired delicate mastery and succeeded in many areas of magic. Curiosity has always pushed me toward new knowledge, since the first day of my apprenticeship. What is a Silverian stone? A magnificent crystal bent into an arch by a mighty hand of an ancient divine creator. Our great gate is to other worlds. It breathes power. It dreams of eternity. Why are you angry at your fellow elves? I spent many hundreds of years in Keonan. I have always admired the way my kinfolk cared for the forest that was our home, but the rest of the world seemed to mean nothing to them. But I love Golarion. All its places, all the forms it manifests in. I traveled widely and then came home and told my kinfolk about my travels, but they weren't interested. They only cared about Keonan. Their lack of desire to hear about the wider world makes me sad and angry. What happened next? Earthfall happened at night. I am standing at the top of my tower, many miles to the north of Keonan, and I see a blaze far in the south. I hear a horrendous rumble. The air is groaning, giving way to a huge rock rushing down on my world. And then a blow. Vibration that penetrates everything, reaching down into the bowels of Golarion and up to the vaults of the sky. Crunching bones, blood from burst vessels filling my eyes with darkness. Drowning in timelessness along with countless denizens of Golarion. Never before have we been so united in our feelings. When I came around, the darkness remains. My first terrible thought, I'm blind. But no, little by little I begin to see the stone wall. I am alive, but why is it so dark? The answer is quick. The smell of ash everywhere. The great burnt sacrifice filled the air with incinerated particles of what was recently the continent of Aslant. Great clouds of ash covered the sky, cutting us off from the sun and the moon, dooming us to dusk at day and complete darkness at night. My heart sinks with fear. Treacherous thoughts fill my mind. Why did I stay? Why didn't I run like everyone else when I had the chance? I clench my teeth and stand up to watch Earthfall, proudly, like the last archmage of Keonan should. Will my world really perish like this? Will I perish? No. That will never happen. I am still alive, and I can fight Earthfall and the darkness. Not run from it in a blind panic like my kinfolk and my cowardly teacher. But what can I do? I will not stop the disaster. I will hardly be able to save empires from their destruction. What can I do? I am but one archmage, powerful and weak at the same time. What is Earthfall? A disaster of untold proportions. An unborn planet dropped on Galarian by blind fate or someone's evil will. A blow so strong that the continent of Aslant is destroyed within moments, turned to ashes, wiped off the face of Galarian. In this burnt sacrifice, clouds of ash and dust are born, stealing our sun. Without the warmth of our star, the air cools, the soil is barren. Dark creatures crawl out of their lairs to rule. And the most frightening thing, without the sun, all hope dies in the heart. This is the age of darkness. What was that tower you mentioned? It's my retreat to the north of Keonan. My home away from home, my observatory. From its top I watched the stars and, when they were correctly aligned, the other worlds as well. Here in the northern wastelands, I found the highest mountain and built a tower on top of it. On clear days, I could see the mist over the lake of mists and veils in the east. That's how high I was. What are you going to do next? I don't know. I need to think. My opponent, Earthfall, is much stronger than me. Without noticing, the storyteller raises his voice to a shout. It is merciless. It does not simply destroy life, it kills an era, ending the greatness of Galarian civilizations. They will sink into oblivion, be forgotten as if they never existed. I need to think. The elf suddenly winces and is silent for a few moments as he calms his heavy breathing. Forgive me. I shouldn't have raised my voice. This story was much harder than many before it, most likely because I played the main role in it. It is so strange to see myself, feel the emotions tearing me up inside. Those that I felt a long time ago and not remember them. It's like I split. I became both the storyteller and the main character. Too bad the story ended at that moment. Please, if you find other pages with ancient elven writings on your travels, bring them to me. I might be able to shed some light on my past, and we will be able to find out how my story ended, and perhaps even why I forgot. Thank you for your stories. Thank you for helping me remember them. Have you decided to join the Crusade? I have decided not to, I'm afraid. My path and the path of the Crusade lead in the same direction, but alas, they are not yet one and the same. After the demons were driven away from Canabras, the path into the world wound became open, if only temporarily. I'm planning on using this opportunity to visit. The elf falls silent. It doesn't matter now. I'd hate to bore you with the details of my venture, which may prove useless even for myself. However, I'll try to return to the Crusaders and aid them in their confrontation with the demons after I'm done. I hope to meet you again, in this world rather than the next. No, I already did that. Wait, what does he say? Storyteller's face grows gloomy. He thumbs through the pieces of paper that hold his hidden past, my lost memories. These pages pave the road to them. What story are you interested in? None for now. Alright. Have to go. I wish you interesting adventures. Right? Crusader Wizard. It's frightening to leave Canabris, but attacking is the best way to defend it. Yeah. I hope we meet Descari and Baphomet soon. I have numerous questions for them. Okay. Ember. These are the fighters of the Eagle Watch. I personally chose every one that's standing here, and I'm ready to vouch for each of them. I've seen so many happy faces today. So good. Let's see. Finally, we're on the offensive. I'm so tired of hiding in a hole. So many of our own. Preparation for what? Just to keep fighting. For a day to come when no one else will have to die. Yes, you're right. Thank you, little girl. It's frightening to leave Canabris, but attacking is the best way to defend it. Yeah. I think, yeah, they're all pretty much saying the same thing. It's an honor. It's hard, but we have to be tough. When she was human, Saint Iomade suffered even worse. We took back Canabris, we'll take back Dresden too. Queen gave us an order, we can't let her down. Finally a crusade. It's high time we destroyed all the demonic abominations. I'm pretty sure I'm overweight. Yeah. Technically I am. And let's just grab everything. Dayron. Ah, there you are, you dashing troublemaker, you. Dayron flashes you a self-satisfied smile. Our short acquaintance is coming to an end. Very soon you will depart on your crusade, where you'll scrape by on horrible rations, struggle vainly to fall asleep amidst snoring soldiers, be rudely awoken by the freezing cold, and have to look upon the dour faces of self-righteous prigs before you finally perish in the maw of some demon. I have a journey ahead of me too. I've just rented a sailboat in the south. I've also hired an excellent chef, and a host of other entertainments. Well, to each their own, I suppose. Dayron pauses, then suddenly adds in a more serious voice. You know, I am genuinely sad to see you go. If it sounds like mockery, forgive me. I cannot switch off my venom gland on a whim, you see. But you intrigue me. If only we could have spent a little more time together. But of course, Dayron grimaces, not under these conditions. Let the Crusaders and the demons have at each other. With any luck, they'll take this entire sanctimonious spectacle down with them. To be blunt, you don't intrigue me. Not in the way he obviously had in mind. You are a valuable companion. Could have stayed in my party. You know I will. Bring me to. Let's see. If you feel you don't belong here, go. And I'd like to see you again someday in the future. No, you better. You can throw a banquet for me to celebrate our victory in Dresden. What do you say? It's doing the Dragon Age thing again. Where all my answers are either I'm madly in love or I'm kind of just an asshole. Let's see. What option? Let's see. kind of an asshole, too flirty. Fuck it, I'll just be an asshole. I'll be blunt, you don't intrigue me, not in the way you obviously had in mind. But you are a valuable companion. You could have stayed in my party. Who, me? Where? In this traveling Pardon me, in this army? Darren offers a doubtful smile. You must be joking. Of course I won't stay. Who in his right mind would trade a luxurious and carefree life for this crusade? In any case, I intend to wait until the army departs. I do love a good send-off, especially when it is I who is staying and someone else who is heading off to meet a dreary and hopeless end. Sometimes it does one good to ruminate on the unfairness of life. Well then, farewell, Commander. So yeah, you lose a companion. Oh. I assume I shall be your most precious memory on this most disgusting and exhausting road to the pointless slaughter of battle. Or, if not the most precious memory, then at least the most stirring. Darren smirks before instantly losing all interest in you, or at least he pretends to. Is there any way to even keep him? Time to stand, to lie down. The Count is so gallant, so handsome, and most importantly ever so rich. It's hard to imagine a more agreeable gentleman. Close the toast, for fate well deserved. Well, let's see, this is the supply train, and this is our quartermaster, Wilser Garms. Go to him for supplies. Hail, Commander. Yes, yes. 3 cheers for the Commander. Now answer my questions. Where are the mail shirts? Where are the mail shirts? According to the paperwork, we're supposed to have 50. I personally deposited the money for them in the Army's treasury. Janog. Good day. Do you remember me? I'm Janog. We spoke in the Defender's Heart. So you're the commander of the Crusade now. Aristotle knows it's hard to imagine someone worthier of taking up the post than the savior of Canabras. May the good gods help you prevail. Let's see, who are you? A humble priest of Aristotle. I completed my trials and took my holy orders only recently, and now I am serving my God and the people up to the best of my ability. It really sucks that I lost Darren. Is there any way to keep him? Or do I have to flirt with him? Like fucking hell. God, that's one hell of a way to force somebody to do that. Oh well. What were you doing in the Defender's Heart? What I was bound to do under my holy orders. I healed the wounded and buoyed up the healthy to fight another day. I'm glad Dragon Bro isn't here. He would have spoiled the fun. There's a very good chance of that, yes. My brother has a tendency to spoil things just when he gets overexcited. Let's see. The best way to phrase it would be, he will ask a question in the form that is a spoiler. Like, yeah, Star Wars. Star Wars is pretty famous. So he would ask something on the lines of, "Did you get to the part where Luke finds out Darth Vader is his father?" And not realize that there's a spoiler in the form of his question. It's the inherent lack of awareness that I really don't like, but he's my bro, so I play when he's not on. Alright, let's see. Have you joined the Crusade? Don't take it amiss, but no, I haven't. I have my own task. I am needed in Chili Creek, a tiny hamlet which, due to some oversight, has been left without a priest these many years. I'm about to set sail for there. I'll be making my journey along Old Man Selin. I'll be right back. I need some coke. Okay. I have to go. May Earth still watch over you. Talk to Horgus Gorm. The Queen is expecting you, Knight Commander, so I shall not detain you. We can talk later after our Sovereign departs. Alright. Woljif. Wait. And why is there hardtack in the barrels that are supposed to be filled with corned beef? I demand answers. Do you know what the Queen does to her people? Does to people who keep her waiting? I don't, but I know better than to find out. Ulcer Grant. A burly soldier with an impressive beard greets you with a broad smile. Wilser Garms, the camp quartermaster, at your service. How can I be of help? Show me what you have. Right, let's sell all this extra crap. But first, let's see what we got here. Double Jeopardy. Let's see. Lands a hit. It's a new target for the first time. The next successful attack against the same target deals an additional 2d6. That's pretty good. Painful Remorse. Whenever the wielder of this +2 spiky heavy shield uses it for a shield bash, it behaves like a vicious weapon, dealing an extra 2d6 of damage to the opponent and 1d6 of damage to the wielder. Flowing Scales. This +2 scale mode gives the attacks against its wearer a 10% chance to miss due to concealment. Sure, let's grab that. Just a bunch of +1 weapons after that, it seems. Yep. Guess I'll get this. Okada. Blade of Order. No, it's a scimitar. Forget that. Ruse. Flatfoot Slam Crit. Black Dragon's Fang. +3 corrosive longsword. Deals an additional 2d6 damage to all enemies in 30 feet. After this ability has been activated, it can't be activated. Okay. That. Dawn of Life. I'm not using Tower Shields this game. Braces of Rough Landing. Nimble Edge and Estoc. Alright, let's see what I can... Alright, sell bulk. Cost is still really high. I clearly can't afford all this. Mainly this. It's mainly just the sword, the Black Dragon Fang, the weapon I want. Can't have that. It's too expensive. I don't know if I'm ever going to come across anybody who has a horse. So I'll just hold on to it just in case. Let's see, I'm not trying to figure out what weapons I will not be using. I'm not going to use that. Or that. Needs to be better than just a +1 weapon for me to even think of just holding on to it. A shiny dagger. We'll find loot to buy it later. Fair enough. Bulky pick. Yeah, I can sell that. Blocker, DC 10 fort save. That ain't gonna. That's not going far. Focus on weapons to sell. We have the Malady. DC 12 on hit. Sickens. And no, you won't find anyone with horse unless you respec. Oh, okay. Selling that. Alright, let's see. Abrupt Force. DC 10 or stunned, maybe. Let's see. Oh, it's when this thing crits. Oh, forget that. Any weapon that only deals damage, extra damage on a crit, I shouldn't really focus on keeping that. Speaking of, when it confirms a critical hit. Yeah, nope. Mordant War Axe. Well, I would, but the problem is it's an exotic weapon, so no. Decimation on a critical hit. Alright. I don't think there's anything else I really want to sell. Any fancy armors? Nope. I want to keep that. I'm not getting a kineticist, and I'm not getting a monk. Alright. Deal. At the end of the day, I'm just after one weapon from this guy. Where is it? Blade of Order? No, I'm not after the stupid Blade of Order. Where the hell is it? You gotta be able to find it again. Yeah, here it is. Black Dragon's Fang. The only thing I can hope for is that one day I'll be able to... Wait, yeah, no. Let's see. Just give it to him. She's gonna be gone. Oh yeah, give it to her. Never mind. All right.
Move out.
Soldiers. Scenes, equipment, encampments. We're happy to serve, Commander. What am I doing in this war? Maybe I should have stayed at home. Demons will pay for everything they've done. Alright. Field medic. There are fighters here that Her Majesty brought from the capital. Okay. Too bad they're only recruits, but that's alright. We'll bring them up to speed. Did she lose her mind? A group of soldiers is talking loudly, laughing joyfully, and passing around a flask. So picture this. My sword is by the fire. There's 2 goblins about to snatch it, and 3 more are digging through my tent. And I'm sat in the bushes wearing just my mail shirt, wondering what the blast to do. An old mercenary taught me about the mail shirt. You can't sleep in armor, but it's not so bad in mail once you get used to it. Too bad no one told me not to go into the bushes without my sword. So what did you do? What did I do? I barked like crazy. Goblins are afraid of dogs, you know? So they all went wild and started running around. I spot my sword and they spot me. So I jump over to the fire, wearing nothing but my mail shirt, and I grab my sword and I yell in my big tough voice, "O Inheritor, grant me the power to crush these filthy creatures." My sword's shining. The goblins are screaming. I jump to attack them and they fight back, but I fought them off somehow. But ever since then, I never take a step without my weapon. Sela takes a sip from the flask. That's some story. Hey, stop gulping. Leave some for us. We've only just set off and you're already drinking? And with the queen in the camp? Stop this at once. The knights quickly snap to attention. Sela raises the flask and says loudly, "Right you are, Commander Tirabade. We are but drinking to the Queen's health." Sela shows some discipline. Take Sela's flask. "Give me a sip too, to Her Majesty's health." Yeah. Arabeth rubs her forehead with the palm of her hand. "Commander, are you sure this is the right way to train your soldiers?" "Never mind, it's your business." Yeah. Can't say anything. Queen gave. Can't let her down. Right, we'll take more of this extra stuff. Is there any other stuff to grab? Nope. Finally. No. Some of these guys don't even say anything. Or no, they do. It just takes a while for the game to load it. Whoa! Uh-huh. Grandma Gretlin, the director. A well-dressed old dwarf is lecturing a motley company, shaking her ladle at them belligerently. Noticing you, she flings up her hands. Good afternoon, your commanderness. Do you remember us? We're the crew from the next door theater company, the one you saved in Canabras, back when you weren't your commanderness yet. As you can see, we've come on the campaign with you. We signed up to clean pots and mend the soldiers' clothes. Keeping up a theater is expensive, so we all have to take side jobs. But we don't stop what we're doing. We're going to put on a play about your legendary feats. Of course, the crowd scenes are difficult. We can't find the people to play the hordes of demons, and we decided against using a ritual to summon real demons. Luckily, we have Master Kim. He's invented a way to solve this problem using sound. Kim the Sound Master. We caught a pig and some piglets who ran away from a burned-out village. The glum and husky half-orc mumbles softly. We put the piglets in a box and scare them a little, and the sound they make is just like an approaching demon horde. But the most important question is, of course, choosing the lead actor who will play the great Knight Commander. We had a Barney over it, breaking a number of lances as well as a shovel, a rolling pin, and a set of back scratchers. But we just couldn't decide no matter what. Maybe you can help us. We have two candidates that are most suited to the role. One will have the honor of conveying your heroism upon the stage, Commander. I'm to be played by a gnome? Not a gnome, two gnomes. Rumbledum and Hierophant are twins. One of them sits on the other's shoulders and puts on a long coat so they can play tall characters. They switch every so often, so each gets their moment of fame. And that way they each only have to learn half of the script. A Cyclops actor. He's completely tame, believe me. Has a few issues with articulation, but what a powerful physique. We'll make him a nice costume, wash him up, brush his hair. Truth be told, in our show, you mainly just make short heroic exclamations at the fateful moment, like "Onward," or "We'll never give up," or "My heart burns with courage." Lampkin can definitely handle the script. Do you have any other actors who even vaguely resemble me? We're a small and poorly funded theater. We only have a few actors. But they're all so talented, one of a kind. I've chosen the ones that are the best fit for your role. Trust my vision. I have more than a few successful plays under my belt. I don't need a theater like this. What if I order the soldiers to throw you out? Alright, I've made my decision. The entire crew looks at you, holding their breath. I don't really know. I don't think this matters too much, but you never know. Let's see. We'll give it to the gnome twins. Wait, no. know what? Fuck it. Let's have the Cyclops do it. Give it a go. I will be played by Lambkin, the Cyclops. Wonderful. Sorry we took you away from all the important things heroes and commanders do. We're off to rehearsal. I mean, first we'll wash up some pots, then we're off to rehearsal. Let's go, you lazy lumps. Don't embarrass old grandma now. Lampkin is my name. I am actor. Hey brother, you're looking pretty thin. All this mess has you losing weight? You've got to eat, or we'll look like a pear in that long coat of ours. I'd rather shovel horse shit than soldier's grub. Shit smells better. Wouldn't be surprised if it tastes better too. Damn. The sound that. Soundmaster is the most important, or is the most underrated profession. That's what I say. Finally, a serious dramatic piece in our hands. Alright. And I spoke to him. Some more recruits. Oh, there's Windot. What are you looking up at the sky for? You think winged demons are about to fall on us? Yes, useless uplanders. The most dangerous enemy is the one that attacks from above. This is why camps are set up in small caves. And here all of us are in full view. Yes, that's the end of the conversation. Master, these soldiers lack discipline and concentration. I won't entrust them with our lives, so I'll keep guard myself. Alright. Serve Commander. It's an honor. Yep, more of the same. Some Earth elementals. Alright, let's go. Traveler's tent. Nurad Bindawar's tent. Commander's tent. These are the Knights of Canabris, all that's left of the orders that were billeted by the city, or billeted in the city. Chapel tents. Alright, let's... I think I talked to everybody, right? Let's see... Topaz rings, silver buckle. Alright. here. Alright. Yeah, the merchant's next to Warjiff. Alright, show me what you have. Small, the extra bulk. Right. Wait, so I lose 25, 27. Alright. What about Sela? Can you use it? Not really. She's literally getting the best out of that. What about you? 9 armor. No, that gives piercing protection. Alright. That's it then. If I ever get a belt of Dex, I can equip it. Alright, whatever. Let's look. Anything else? Guess I'll start going into these tents. Tents. Soldiers, commander's tent. Wait, what's my quest log say? See a long road. Talk to the queen, wherever the heck she is. Banner of the Citadel to Dresden. Okay.
Onwards.
This is the field hospital. Alas, the clerics of Canabra suffered especially heavy losses, so we're in desperate need of healers. We are few, but the gods are with us. The prayers of good people around the world are with us. In search of joy, confessions of a heretic. What is this? I take a deep breath and stand still. I long to absorb every moment of joy, inhale the evaporation of someone else's soul from their thickening blood. The border between reality and dreams fade. It seems that everyone beyond the wall can hear the throbbing in my head, but it's only my fantasy. A ringing silence fills the room. The fifth sacrifice has been made. My mistress, the most beautiful of goddesses, will be happy. I will take care of everything. Fragrant flowers, cut at the climax of their beauty, are now a part of her masterpiece, which is worthy of Shellen herself. So what if the narrow-minded priest rejected me and my gift? I serve the never-fading rose herself, not the worms that bite into her stem and suck at her life-giving juices. It won't be long now before I finish my job. I've already found the material. Her eyes are gray, and hair is dark blonde. She is fading into the dirt. I will rewrite her destiny. Camilla's here. Beautiful day, isn't it? It's alright. It's just a flesh wound. Dear lady, you've been standing here for a long time. Would you like to help? Who, me? No, I definitely would not. Please, act like I'm not here. I just like to watch people work. Teacher, I sharpened your quills. Good, good. I could use some quills. And where's my inkwell? Lily Yes. Right, a stout old man with a fuzzy gray beard greets you with a deep bow. Well met, Commander. You've caused quite the stir. Everyone thought Canabras was done for, but the gods had other plans. That was quite a blaze over the Grey Garrison. All the vermin running out with their tails between their legs. Who are you? Vasily Raphamus, former rector of the Canabras Temple of Abadar, and now your humble servant. In times like these, one cannot serve the god of cities while sitting comfortably behind a city wall. Jeez. You pursue a sacred cause, and I will help you in any way I can. I await your orders, Commander. Lead us onward to Dresden. How did you end up on the battlefield? Everyone here has a story like that, but mine is a rather boring one. Believe it or not, it was bureaucracy. When the old rector of the Canabras Temple died, may Abadar rest his soul, the church required a replacement. I volunteered and served for 30 years without incident. I prayed, organized festivals and funerals, bought candles, sanctified water, boring, mundane things that make up the daily routine of civilized society. But then civilized society failed, and it was time for me to go to war. Praise Abadar, who led me through the ruins to the Defender's heart. Who's that boy with you? This one? Kiado, the shepherd, my apprentice. He's a smart boy and his faith is strong. He serves Erastil, though. But there's still something he can learn from an old servant of Abadar. He'll be a great cleric when he gets a little older. What kind of services can I expect from you? First, if you need help with a divine scroll, I have a lot of them, something for every emergency. Second, while you're at the camp, I can read any scroll for you, guaranteed no surprises. And you'd better not leave the camp without a cleric. I won't be going with you, so you'll need someone else who can read the scrolls. I have to go. Go, and may Abadar keep you. Alright, let's get out of here. Chapel tent. We outfitted this tent to be used as our chapel. Even the less pious crusaders will come here to say their prayers when the final battle is upon us. I've seen it happen in my previous campaigns. Altar of Torag, the father of creation. The dwarven god of craft and kin. Altar of Aristotle, Old Deadeye, the god of hunting, farming, and the quiet pastoral life. Altar of Iomade, the light of the sword, the justice of God. The goddess of justice and valor, and the patron of the Crusades. Over here. This place has been sanctified. It can protect the area. We are around it from the corruption of the abyss. Altar of Desna, the great dreamer, the goddess of freedom, travel, luck, and dreams. Altar of Sarenrae, the healing light, the goddess of the sun, healing, and redemption. So we got the chapel. What else is there? Commander's tent. Norad Dindawar's tent. Okay, sure. This is Nora Dendawar's tent. It seems she brought a lot of unnecessary items along with her. That's okay, I'll sell them. Oh no, it's stories. Alright, Nature Divine. Hillor and the Secret of the Needled Glens. Alchemist Flask. Without a shadow of a doubt, expecting nothing in return. The life and feats of Lord Axelar Tresbot. Last scrolls. And some booze. And a little bit of gold. Alright, let's go. Why does he do that? Alright. Cherubade's tents. Anything going on? This is mine and Anevia's tent. We're both used to traveling, but the Queen insisted that our tent be furnished like a commanding officer's.
Move out.
Adventures of a Fearless Crusader, Briggy the Sausage Maker. That's gotta have a hell of a story to it. I'm looting your stuff. This massive bed is clean and neatly made. Only commanding officers are allowed such luxury during marches. Well, the last place to look is in the commander's tent, so I'm guessing that's where the plot will continue on. Which is what I pretty much guessed to begin with. But hey. Alright. Save here. And let's get the leveling out the way. Level up. Seal it. Paladin. Level up the same skills. Mercy of Diseased. There you go. Yeah, I'm aware of how that goes. Camilla, level up. Spirit Hunter. Nothing to it. Windwalk. Fighter. There. Dazzling display. Why? No, screw this. What the fuck? Why is it auto giving her the goddamn dazzling display? With a 5 in with a 5 in charisma. Forget it. This auto leveling thing sucks now. Protective luck. Can cause fate twist so that it benefits a creature within 30 feet for 1 round. Whenever that creature is targeted by an effect that requires an attack roll during weapon attacks, the attacker must roll twice and take the worst result. At 8th level, this hex is extended by 1 round, a witch cannot use this ability on herself. Hexes that affect the fortune hex, such as Cackle, also affect protective luck. Okay. Heroism. Sure. Windwag may have the feat that uses strength for intimidation. Oh. I guess that could help. Gains prayer. Was under the impression he was leaving the party, but okay. Let's see. If she used her strength, that would balance it out. So then it would just be a straight persuasion roll, which she has no ranks in. I don't know why the game thought that was a good idea. Oh well, whatever. Maybe it'll make sense later. Woljif. Burning Arc and Cat's Grace. Sure. Either way, Windwalk is a powerful archer. True, she holds her own. She does more than hold her own already. So it's like, it doesn't really matter, I guess. She's already pretty damn good. So, whatever. I just still think dazzling display on a freaking on her is redundant. For one, she's an archer, so if done right, a lot of enemies shouldn't be within 30 feet of her to begin with. Alright, let's see. Scroll Savant. Gains Fireball and Heroism. And last but not least, Lewis. The Dragonair Scion. I gain Draconic Presence, which is just Dazzling Display. But I actually have a specialized build into Persuasion. Alright, now, how do we... Mythic Path. No Mythic Powers. Let's change that. We've got Mythic Hero, Angel, Azada, Demon, Trickster. Or should have them, but like, I'm clicking. I know I lost the Aeon power by not destroying the Ward Stone. kind of hoping for something else, but I guess am I not allowed to pick a mythic path other than mythic hero as the first rank? Atrocious, do you know? You probably know. Alright, well, if I can't pick anything else, let's see what we have here. Mythic hero. Mythic heroes are set apart from their contemporaries, capable of amazing feats of courage in the face of overwhelming odds. In spite of this, they're still similar in many ways to other adventurers. They have hit points and armor class and saving throws. In fact, most of their statistics are capable of non-mythic characters. In fact, most of their statistics are comparable to non-mythic characters of an equal level. And what's the point? You only get to choose a mythic path at rank 3. Oh, so this is just like a temporary thing? Sure, okay. Alright. Let's see. Where mythic characters differ is in the special mythic abilities. These abilities enhance mythic characters both in and out of battle, allowing them to take part in extraordinary, larger-than-life adventures. Okay. First Ascension. At first rank, the character's mythic progression, they need to select their First Ascension ability. This ability is usually closely tied to the source of the character's mythic powers. It does not determine the character's choice of an actual mythic path later, but the source of the powers and the mythic path are closely linked. The character must be aware of their connection to the source to see the linked or the ability linked to it. Alright. And we have bit of fun, close to the abyss, close to the heavens, dance macabre, forced reality, instrument of freedom. Alright. Well, this is obviously the Azada. I thought I lost, I'm pretty sure Force Reality is the Aeon, but I'm pretty sure I lost the Aeon. Dance Macabre, I don't know. Angel, Demon, Trickster. What the hell's the Dance Macabre related to? I don't know. Alright, let's see what we got here. Summon a Will-O-Wisp, a creative approach. Second level. Draw. Mythic characters that draw their power from chaos become more creative. With a +3 circumstance bonus to all skill checks. Alright. What do we have with this? Let's see. Bit of fun. Mythic characters that draw their power from chaos gain an ability to create 3 illusory copies of themselves. Those copies last for 1 minute per mythic rank and act like the mirror image spell, protecting the character from attacks. Those characters can use this ability 3 times per day. On second level, and then summon a Will-O-Wisp. Alright. What else we got? Close to the Abyss. Mythic characters that draw their power from the Abyss grow a pair of horns, gaining a gore attack. Okay. This attack is made with a -5 penalty and deals 1d8 plus 1.5 times their strength modifier points of piercing damage. It counts as cold iron and magic for the purpose of overcoming damage reduction. On second level, those characters become closer to demons, gaining resist electricity 20 and immunity to poisons. That's mighty tempting. Yeah, it's pretty fun to headbutt people as an archer. You chose the demon path for an archer? Alright, let's see. What else do we got here? I thought a lot of these were going to be like really beneficial to casters, but it seems like this one's like all purpose for like bards and rogues. Obviously for the tricksters. This is for anyone who wants to be melee focused. Either that or just have a crap ton of resistances. Close to the heavens. See, mythic characters that draw their power from good. Wait. So, they're fine with saying that Bit of Freedom is drawing the power from chaos, but they don't want to outright say that Close to the Abyss is drawing your power from evil? What the hell? I don't know. Is there another path that'll just be outright honest? You're just drawing your power from evil. Make no mistake. You're the bad guy. It feels like I'm watching a kid's show and they try to cover up the fact that you're just being evil. You're just being a bad guy. But okay, whatever, game. Moving on. Close to the abyss, or close to the heavens. Let's see, mythic characters that draw power of good, gain the ability to unleash a ray of heavenly light, targeting an ally or a foe within 50 feet as a ranged touch attack. Evil is a strong word, so they don't really want to use it here. Still a game designed for kids. No, it's not! Pathfinder is clearly for, like, okay, I guess if you want to, yeah, I guess we could say T for teen. Nobody's really dropping a lot of, like, saying fuck a whole lot. Even though the chat, the streamer, and the fact that I marked this as a more for adults should let everybody know, yes, you can say swear words. It's going to be fine. There's no banning for swearing. But, like, the game, I guess we could say this game is just skirting the line for teenagers. I don't know. What is... I swear this was a game for, like, rated M at least. The fuck? What do you find? Is there a rating for this game? Okay. I just checked. The best they got is 16 plus. Alright, fine, whatever. The powers of the abyss, then. Moving on to the powers of heaven. See, draw your power from good, gains an ability to unleash a ray of heavenly light, targeting an ally or a foe within 50 feet as a ranged touch attack. This ray heals allies for 4d6 plus 2d6 per mythic rank points of damage or deals the same amount of damage to enemies. Oh, that's neat. Those characters can use this ability 3 times per day, plus 1 extra for each mythic rank beyond the first. On second level, characters become closer to angels, gaining resist acid 20, resist cold 20, and immunity to petrification. Well, shit. That sounds really good. That sounds pretty good. Honestly, I mean, the abyss and the heavens compared to a bit of fun is like night and day. A +3 to skill checks is nice, but these are damn. Maybe it's because I'm just focusing too much on combat though. Dance Macabre. Mythic characters that draw their power from death can channel negative energy to deal damage to living creatures or to heal undead creatures. Whoop-de-doo. Channeling energy causes a burst that either heals all undead or damages all living creatures in a 30-foot radius, centered on the mythic character. Okay. The amount of damage dealt or healed is equal to 2d6 plus 1d6 per mythic rank. Alright, creatures that take damage from channeled energy receive a will save to half the damage. Let's see, DC is 10 plus mythic rank plus character's charisma, wisdom, or intelligence modifier, whichever is higher. Creatures healed by channel energy cannot exceed their maximum hit point total, obviously. It says healing is lost. A character may channel energy a number of times equal to 3 plus mythic rank. This is a standard action that does not provoke an attack of opportunity. On second rank, those characters gain an even greater mastery of negative energy. Their insight into the flows of negative energy also gives them an advantage in combat against enemies that have an affinity to negative energy, such as the undead or the Nabasu demons. These characters become immune to negative levels, holy shit, and gain a +4 bonus on saving throws against death effects. They gain a +2 bonus on AC saving throws, weapon attack, and damage rolls against creatures with negative energy affinity. The DCs of their class abilities against these opponents increases by 2. That's weird. These guys could so picking Dance Macabre could just as easily be hating undead as much as it could just be like trying to utilize them. Alright. Force Reality. Mythic characters that draw their power from law gain an ability to force reality upon the enemies around. Every enemy in a 30-foot radius around the mythic character is a target of greater dispel effect, affecting only abilities of Illusion School. On second mythic rank, mythic character gains the ability to fix hindering abnormalities in his allies. One ally is in close range is target to greater dispel, affecting all negative effects. The caster level of these abilities is equal to your character level plus mythic ranks. You can use them 3 plus mythic ranks times per day. That's really good. And last, Instrument of Freedom. Let's see. Mythic characters that draw their power from freedom gain an ability to unleash a bolt of energy from Elysium itself, targeting an ally or a foe within 50 feet as a ranged touch attack. This bolt deals 4d6 plus 2d6 per mythic rank points of damage to enemies. If used on allies, the bolt instead charges their attacks with weapons for 2 plus mythic rank rounds. Companions' attacks with weapons deal an additional 2d6 points of holy damage on hit and count as good for the purpose of bypassing damage reduction. Those characters can use this ability 3 times per day, plus 1 extra time for each mythic rank beyond first. On the second mythic rank, those characters become closer to the Azadas that live in Elysium, gaining Resist Electricity 20 and a plus 4 to their saving throws against mind-affecting effects. Oh man, I need a minute. These all sound good. Let's see. Gain resistance to electricity and immunity to poison. Resist electricity 20 and plus 4 to saving throws. Basically immunity to all illusion magic. Immunity to all negative effect abilities. God damn. If it wasn't for it being a -5 penalty, I'd look into it, but like, nah. Bit of fun. I need to think. God damn it. I'll go for Instrument of Freedom. Summon Zlata Brillani for a minute. Sure, why not? I don't have great decks, so I can't really use the ranged touch attack thing. But I can power up ally attacks, and that's more appealing to me. Having a random extra attack is nice, but just it's either that or just having the ability to just have that same attack power fused into weapons. I'll take this. Here we go. And then a mythic ability. Possible. Abundant Arcane Pool. At first tier and every mythic rank later, you gain 1 mythic ability. Let's see. Abundant Casting. Let's see. We've learned a way to increase the number of spells you can cast per day. You can cast 4 more spells per day at first, second, and third ranks each. Damn! This ability does not affect mythic spellbooks. There's a mythic spellbook? Always a chance. Your attacks are now less affected by luck. You don't automatically miss when you roll a natural 1 on the attack roll. Archmage Armor. You are a master of the Mage Armor spell. Whenever you cast Mage Armor on yourself, it gives an additional armor bonus equal to your Mythic rank. Ascendant Element. You mastered a certain element to a spectacular level. Choose one energy type. The damage of that energy type you deal can no longer be prevented or reduced by resistances or immunities. Dibs. Got it. That. Fire. Alright, here we go. Whatever else is like secondary. The idea that... Alright, so all those enemies that could resist fire is no longer an issue. Mythic power. Abundant casting is just chosen. Sure, whatever. Wait, what is that? Cleaving Shot. Each time you deal critical damage with a ranged weapon attack or reduce the target to 0 hit points, you deal your weapon attack to all other enemies in 10 feet radius. Damn. Right, abundant casting. Cleaving Shot is great. I mean, it really is. Like, I don't even need to use it to know that, but holy shit. Alright, it's giving all the casters improved abundant casting, which makes sense. Running out of spell casting is always a bad thing. Boundless Healing. Okay. Your healing is no longer affected by common limitations, which means whenever you cast a Cure Wounds spell or another healing spell, it becomes Reach, as though using the Reach spell feat. Also, the amount of hit points it now restores depends entirely on your caster level and disregards any limitations of the original spell. What does that mean? What does that mean? Alright, let's see. Reach spell. You can alter the range of touch attack. Range of touch, close or medium, to increase its range by 1 category, using the following order: touch, close, medium, and long. Alright, well, whatever. Boundless Healing. Go for it. Mythic powers. Alright. Yep, her too. Please, Cleaving Shot. The game gives a Cleaving Shot. Yes! Alright. Cleaving Shot. You can argue about that dazzling display, but at least the auto leveling knows to give that. Giving a paladin abundant casting. Isn't there anything else? Witch Wandering Hex. Flow Elixir. Second Mystery Lone Strider. The fuck? Enlightened Divine Herbalist. Requires mystery. The fuck is this stuff? Alright. Favorite meta magic. You can now use your mythic powers to fuel your meta magic. Select one kind of meta magic. The spell level cost for this use decreases by 1 to a minimum of 0. Nice. Alright, what can I choose though? Unstoppable. In fortitude so strong, you overcome. Anytime you would become paralyzed, you become staggered instead. If you would become nauseated, you become sickened. You become shaken instead of frightened. Alright. Unrelenting Assault. As long as you keep fighting, the power of your melee attacks keeps growing. Every turn, as long as you make at least one melee attack, you gain a stacking +2 bonus to damage rolls with melee weapons, up to a max of +10. Nice. Thundering blows. Once per round, when the melee attack misses the target, you deal 2d6 plus 1d6 necrotic sonic damage to all enemies in a 10-foot radius. Oh my god, that's so badass. The bigger they are. The easier they are to hit for your ranged weapon attacks. You gain a bonus equal to the penalty to AC the target receives from their size, if any. Second Spirit. Oh, she can get this. Spirit doesn't have the following Second Spirit. Okay. Rupture Restraints. Ranging Shots. Every time you miss with an enemy. Man, a lot of these are just really freaking good. Yeah. Elemental Barrage. You master the art of raining elemental spells on the foe. Every time you deal energy damage to a creature, you apply an elemental mark to it. If during the next 3 rounds you deal energy damage to a marked target with a different type of energy. Oh. Different type of energy. Ah, screw it. That's not for me. That's universal stuff. That's not focus. That's not focusing on one element. Domain Zealots. You can use the abilities of your domains as a swift action. Ever ready. I'm always ready to unleash some extra attacks. Oh, and that's for attacks of opportunity. Last stand. That only lasts for what? Once per day? Yeah, for 2 rounds. Nah. Limitless Rage. Magic Nullification. Activating this ability grants you the magic immunity and dispels any spell effects on you. Alright. Well, moving on. I think that's everybody. Nope, there's the paladin that's left. What do you gain? Ever ready. Extra attacks of opportunity on enemies. Sure, whatever. That can come up. Now to prep spells. Right. no. Second levels. Let's see. Create pits. Right, 2 acid arrows and no stone claw. Not just one. We got it. So displacement. Cast that a few more times. A few fireballs. And 3 haste. Hold Jiff. Until he runs away. Shield. 2 uses of shield. Let's see. Give them 4 of those, 2 of those, and 2 of those. He doesn't get anything like that. Neither does she. But she does. So one of these. Oh, I can't prep it. Okay. Yeah, I'll just have some more healing. Second level spells. Bears and doors. No, not bears and doors. Full strength. That's the ticket. Let's see. False life. Can't go wrong with the idea of not dying. No, just one. Communal protection from alignment's probably going to be more important. Wait, this is a deflection bonus, right? Nah, so it's barely going to come up. Yeah, never cast hold person. And last, let's see. This resist energy. 2 uses of resist energy, and let's see. Animate dead. call lightning. I'm sure I could think of something better, but for now, that's what she's got. Nothing else for her. Alright. I'm gonna save that. And move on.
Head on!
Hey, a lot of stuff. Commander's chest. Oh yeah, I'm actually saving that stuff. Right, let's see here. In that case...
I lead, you follow.
In a minute. Let's see. Sell this extra stuff. Sell the book copies. There. Alright. Let's see, what can I do for you? Tell me about yourself. The quartermaster looks away sheepishly. There isn't much to tell, really. I was born in Canabris in a humble family. I got an education, taught myself to read and write, got drafted into the army, spent 3 years as a shield bearer for the first let's try that again. Got drafted into the army, spent 3 years as a shield bearer in the first line. I left after I did my time and joined the Stonemasons Guild. Then moved on to the shipwrights and rose to a crew chief. Sailed in Iobaria twice and returned with goods. Made some money, built a house, but haven't started a family yet. I think I will after we are done with this war. But a few years ago, something started gnawing at me. I got this feeling like I needed to go home, that there was a storm headed for my native city. And when there's trouble in Mendev, there's only one thing to do. You go to the recruiter and sign up for the army, and so I did. At first they wanted to make me an infantry sergeant, but then they decided I'd be a better fit in the supply department. I can't take care of army property, or I can take care of army property. And I'm pretty handy around the warehouse, not to mention I know how to manage a band of helpers. And so that's how I became a quartermaster. Wilser gives you a shy smile and shrugs, as if this were a wholly unremarkable story, typical of any crusader. What are your duties in the camp? A little bit of everything. What's an officer to a soldier? A strict father. So what does this make a quartermaster like myself? Something like their mum, that's what. I make sure the lads have everything they need to defeat the enemy and come back from battle in one piece. Wilser starts ticking off his fingers. That means food, firewood, medicine, tents, mended clothes, fixed weapons. The horses have got to be fed and watered. The camp's got to be fortified by the evening and broken up by the morning. I make sure the wages are paid on time and the wagon wheels don't squeak. And then there are reports. Gods, until you asked, I never realized how many duties I actually had. Oh boy. I can't help but want to use magic. This is bothering me. Wait, go make a Hell Knight Signifer like you said you were. Plus, don't rangers use magic? Well, I guess it's not their specialty, but... yeah, if you're not up for just benefiting from buff spells, then yeah. Never mind, forget I said that. Let's see. What do the soldiers think of their new commander? They mostly tell tales about your unusual power, but they don't shy away from talking about you as a person too. Soldiers are always like that. If Iomedae herself descended from heaven, you bet they'd jabber on about how she grips her sword and how good she looks in her armor. The general impression about you is that you're a tough fighter, a true warrior. That's the best kind of commander, one who knows the weight of a blade in a long fight. I tried, it's impossible to manage. Signifers wear heavy armor, so I have to use something other than crossbows. If you're worried about what armor type, why don't you just go the middle ground and use medium armor? Let's see. I have to go. Right. I think that's everything. Chapel tent, commander's tent. Because Signifers only get heavy armor proficient. They don't get medium armor? What? That makes no sense. Hold on. Give me a sec. That can't be right. Alright, I'll be right back. Can't be. And I back. Oops, sorry, forgot to put the mic back on. Alright. Let's get this started. Alright. The Queen greets you with a stare. She has dropped the pompous air with which she just announced the Fifth Crusade. The face of the ruler of Mendev appears calm and thoughtful. She has made her move and now awaits her opponent's reply.
Commander, I'm satisfied with the troop review, but I do not expect they will be sufficient for the task. You will have to prove yourself a shrewd leader and hire the necessary troops with the provided funds. I have chosen a target for your campaign, and that target is Dresden, our lost outpost within the World Wound. The Sword of Valor was kept there, a banner that was once carried by Iomade herself. Our greatest relic was lost when the city fell. I should make one thing clear from the start. The Sword of Valor is no mere symbol, but a powerful weapon against demons. The holiness of the banner weakens them and robs them of one of their most dangerous abilities, teleportation. A forced march to Dresden awaits you. The Sword of Valor is kept somewhere within the Citadel. The demons probably think it's a hunting trophy. Its recovery is just as important as retaking the city itself. I hope the task is clear. I'm sending 2 specialists to help you, along with the soldiers. A historian, Nura Denduar, and a cleric, Social Danik.
The Queen nods to the human man and the young halfling woman standing next to her.
One of the famous inquisitors of the Church of Iomade also wants to talk to you. The Honorable Leota, whom everyone calls Hawkblade.
I do not wish to keep you, Commander. The matter I must discuss with you is extremely important, but it is not directly related to the Crusade. You no doubt wish to meet your new comrades and speak with Her Majesty. Therefore, I shall leave you now, but I ask that you seek me out in the camp at your earliest convenience.
Hi! Listen, it's amazing here. It's like I'm in a ballad. There's knights in shining armor, deadly dangers, glorious feats. We are going to show those demons! I'm so tired of sitting in a library reading books about history. It's time I took part in it!
I'm glad to help our cause, Commander. If you have some time later, I'd like to speak with you further.
I'm gonna kill this guy. I'm sorry, look at his portrait and look at mine. There's no way.
You'll have plenty of time to talk. You're the Knight Commander's people now, his trusted advisors and companions. Now then, will you please leave us? Irabeth, you can go too.
Let's see. When we met at Defender's Heart, I never imagined you'd make me the commander of the new crusade. Let's see, I have some questions. Alright. When we met at the Defender's Heart, I never imagined you'd make me the commander of the new crusade.
Some actions may be deemed bold, or even extreme, and beyond those, there are some you might call the Queen's last resort. I am not a simple monarch. I am at war with the Abyss, a war which has lasted over 100 years. I cannot allow myself the luxury of caution. In you, I see a chance, and I am willing to stake everything on it. However, you cannot blame me for putting you in charge of the Crusade. I only formalized what had already happened in the hearts and minds of many. People spoke of the power that descended upon you and helped you save the Wardstones from corruption and total destruction. Word of this feat quickly spread far beyond the borders of Mendev. There was no other person who could better fit the role of Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade.
I have some questions about my mission to retake Dresden.
Of course, I shall answer.
How did the demons manage to conquer Dresden?
That's a good question. Its walls were built by dwarf craftsmen, and the power of the Sword of Valor protected the city. Alas, where raging hordes failed, a single lying tongue was all they needed to succeed. The demoness Minago convinced a young and ambitious crusader named Staunton Vane that the banner belonged on the battlefield. He went on a daring and unapproved raid, and the banner ended up in the enemy's hands. The city fell soon after. Ever since then, for 7 decades, it has served as a citadel for the forces of the Abyss.
Let's see. Staunton Vane. I saw him at the Great Garrison. He defected to the demon's side.
Oh, really? I wasn't informed of this. After Dresden fell because of Staunton, he was nearly sentenced to death. He deserved it. In wartime, men are hanged for far less. But you have no idea what a terrible sight it is. A raging crowd of crusaders baying for blood. Never have my fighters looked so much like the demons we are fighting. I commuted Staunton's sentence and stripped him of his rank. Not just for him, but for my army and my country. We are not Hell Knights. We do not maintain discipline with public executions.
Good. It was a tough choice, I understand. You punished him with a life of disgrace and humiliation, and that life finally broke him. It's sad, but not surprising. See, you should have exiled him. Let him go wherever he wanted. That way he would have either changed his life for the better, or realized he had no one to blame but himself. Lawful, you shouldn't have stayed the hand of justice. If he died, he wouldn't be betraying you again now. Evil, I can't believe no one decided to punish him unofficially. And the past is the past. What matters now is that he's fighting for the other side. I expect we'll meet him in Dresden. No, I'll go for the second one. You punished him with a life of disgrace and humiliation, and that life finally broke him. It's sad, but not surprising.
Perhaps exile would have been a more merciful sentence than decades of service among those who despised him. I was hoping he might atone for his guilt with a heroic act, but he likely decided that atonement was impossible, and he might as well give himself over to evil.
What forces are at my disposal?
Everyone we saw today at the parade. First among them, the Eagle Watch, who remain a powerful force thanks to Irabeth's resourcefulness. Also marching with you are several minor knightly orders, as the minor volunteer units like to be called. And finally, I have personally selected some recruits from Neurosian. They have little in the way of battle experience, but great determination and a thirst to prove themselves. I've always thought that an army benefits from at least one such unit. These forces, as I said, are not enough for a march on Dresden. You will have to hire additional troops with the funds that have been provided to you. But for a brave commander, and I hope you are one, that is just the beginning. If you retake Dresden, recover the holy power of the Sword of Valor, and gain a foothold in the region, then new armies will join under your banner. The Fifth Crusade is only beginning. Many battles and victories lie ahead.
It's been decades and no one has managed to retake the city. Why do you think we're different?
We have a chance now that we haven't seen in decades. But it's more than that. You created this chance for us by foiling the demon's plans in Canabris. The army who attacked the city came straight from Dresden. Demon hordes from the Abyss are usually encamped there, but many of them perished on the streets of Canabris.
And you will lose money and time on that very recruiting. I should be fine. How tough can this be?
We must attack swiftly before they can restore their forces. When the city is free and the Sword of Valor appears before our soldiers, they won't be sending in any more reinforcements. Demons cannot teleport into an area protected by the banner of the goddess.
What about long-term goals? Do you know how to get rid of the world wound forever?
Now you are talking like a real knight commander. However, answering your question is not easy. To win this war, we must bar the demon's way. There are a few planar rifts leading to the Abyss across the territory we call the World Wound. The best specialists we could find have tried to close them on separate occasions, with no success, as you may have guessed. The World Wound is more than just a chain of portals to the Abyss. We do not understand its nature yet. The methods of rift closure known to magical science simply do not work here. However, we have a hypothesis, and a rather well-grounded one, that we must begin at the source of the problem, the place where the World Wound was opened. The main rift lies through the city of Iz and the Threshold Fortress, deep in the former lands of Socorus. We have never managed to fight our way so far and gain a foothold to allow the mages to explore the origins of the World Wound. So, the next step, after you succeed in Dresden, is an offensive push deeper into the World Wound, with the aim of reaching Threshold, the very threshold of the Abyss.
I have no more questions.
Wonderful.
And then I go to start asking more questions. Did you know that the souls of angels from heaven are confined in the Wardstone?
I had guessed as much. Many angels fought alongside us in the First Crusade. Heaven was unable to mobilize its full might to aid us, but individual celestials volunteered to fight for our cause. Then one day, they all vanished, saying that they were setting off on an important mission. Not long after, Iomede's herald erected the first wardstone in Canobris, and then the others in cities across Mendev. Even back then, I had nagging doubts, but my faith in Iomede easily assuaged them. It is for us to serve the goddess after all, not to question her works. Nevertheless, I am pleased that you solved the mystery of the wardstone in Canobris, and were able to save this gift of Iomede. It was a deed worthy of a knight commander of the Fifth Crusade.
The Queen suddenly inclines her head in solemn acknowledgement of your service. You should know I received an unusual gift in the caves beneath Canabris. In a vision, I saw the death of an angel called Lario. Somehow he was able to grant me the ability to reveal the light of heaven.
Lario. I knew him. He disappeared shortly before the World Wound grew, and Dresden fell into the enemy's hands. In the chaos, we had more important concerns than investigating the fate of a single angel. Even one so righteous and beloved as Lario. And afterward, matters took a turn for the worse. The angels left us to go on this special mission.
Lario was an angel who met his end in the caves under Canabris. Before his death, he was able to seal a shred of his memories and his flaming sword in a rock. The sword disappeared at your touch, but a part of its power entered your soul.
It is so strange to hear the names I used to hear when I was young, like getting a message from the past. It is sad news, but it brings me back to the times when we strongly believed in our victory, and we rushed headlong toward it without fear. Could it be that such times have come again?
And what are you going to do?
A spot of insubordination just at the moment. However, I shall answer you. I shall prepare the defenses at Nerosian and all the other border cities and plan the future of the Fifth Crusade. Does that satisfy your curiosity, Knight Commander?
Let's see. Requires Angel Mythic Path, my Queen. I'd ask you to remain with us. The Dresden campaign is the hope of the Crusade, and the blessing of Iomedae that you carry may be decisive in this battle. Requires the Aeon Mythic Path, so I don't have it, so I can't say that. Right. Thank you. Sure, we'll say this.
A polite attempt to appeal to the conscience of an old sovereign?
The Queen flashes something of a slightly astonished smile.
I don't know if you realize what you're suggesting. If our enemies in the depths of the wound were to discover that I was with your army, they would immediately send their most vicious demons to attack. They would stop at nothing to be rid of me, and thereby sow chaos across Mendev. But you are right. I shouldn't be sitting it out in the rear. I am a warrior queen, and a queen of warriors. Yet my fighters have forgotten what I look like. Fine. I shall join the crusade, but on my own terms. First, I shall assemble my entourage and lead the parade out of the camp. I shall catch up with you later, along with a few hand-picked bodyguards. We'll change our armor, and I'll become a knight of a minor order and join the troops incognito. Until we approach Dresden, no one should know I am among you. But before we storm the city, I shall show myself to the troops and join the battle. Let it be a surprise for the demons. I hope you won't complain of my company on the road, Commander, since you were the one who insisted upon it. Do you have any other questions?
The task is clear.
Splendid. Ah, yes. We have one final matter to attend to. It should be rather enjoyable. Count, there you are. You received my instruction?
I did, though I did not have time to read the thing before I was dragged before your majesty. In truth, I was readying myself to depart.
No matter. I trust you will forgive your sovereign for the rather brusque summons, especially when you learn what prompted it. As you are aware, he has recently been appointed my Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade. I spent a long while pondering whom to appoint to the highly sensitive post of Commander's Field Attaché and Advisor Plenipotentiary without portfolio. Congratulations, Count.
It is a great honor, I suppose.
Daron's cool expression wavers, but he seems not to be fully cognizant of what is happening. That, or he is holding himself tightly in check. That's a great idea. Awful, a rather frivolous gesture for a queen. Chaotic, what a wonderful gesture, Your Majesty. I imagine our dear Count would have been inconsolable if you hadn't given him this chance to serve the common cause. I have no need of this advisor. Let's see. We'll just say that's a great idea.
I knew you would approve, Commander.
The Queen bestows a smile on you, then brings her gaze to rest on Daron once more.
I had my doubts about whether you were ready for such a responsibility, Count, but your conduct in Kenobris has put my mind at ease. So, you will travel with the troops to Dresden.
Only the commander may remove you from your post, but I trust that you will dutifully fulfill his orders and make a good showing of yourself. Especially since word of your appointment, Count, will reach the court at any moment. All of Mendev's nobility will be following your successes in service to the nation, including all of your devoted admirers. I even heard that one bard with whom you are particularly friendly has already begun composing a ballad to honor your heroic participation in the Crusade and your faithful service to the commander here.
Your largesse truly knows no bounds, dear cousin. I am most gratified by the honor you have shown me.
The Count offers a bow, either as a sign of respect or in order to hide his flushed face. Only the barest quaver can be heard in his voice.
Then let's get going. May Ayomide help us.
Yes, the chaotic option is just you rubbing it in. Let's see. Not interested in trying to be just an asshole for the sake of it. Alright, what we have here. Anivia sweeps an inquisitive glance over you. So tell me straight, how'd the brawl at the Grey Garrison end? I heard the rumors, of course. That's kind of my job, you know, to listen. You've no idea what cobblers the Crusaders say about you. Some say that Iomade came to you and appointed you her herald. Others say that you died, and an honest-to-God's angel is now leading the army disguised as you. Still others say it was just an explosion at an alchemist's lab. Alright. And I'm the one spreading rumors about your powers. I wish. But you know, you really have changed since the Grey Garrison. It's hard to describe, but you've become kinda... Nevia waves her hand trying to find the word. Let's see. Stronger, more charismatic, more stately, smarter. What is more stately? I don't know. Alright. More dangerous. Stronger. More dangerous. I have a gut instinct about these things. If I didn't, I'd already be dead. You're dangerous, Commander. And by Desna, I hope you'll be dangerous to our enemies and not to us. Or to yourself. Alright. You watch yourself now. There's no need to rest now, right? Yeah, nope. Everybody's fully set and ready to go. Wait, so what? What am I supposed to do right now? Make it to Dresden. Right, got it. Easy enough.
Pay attention.
No. Farting. Oh, right, no, there was that one NPC, a few of the NPCs wanted to talk to me. Not Woljif, Horgusquirm, no. Wolsergarms, no. Blacksmith, no. Litter Hawkblade, that's the one. And that one girl.
Onwards!
Right, is she here? Yep. What's in here? Neat. No. Knight Commander, how can I help? There is much I can do, just ask. Nura looks at you with eyes filled with enthusiasm. She's holding a notebook and a traveler's inkwell. Okay. You've probably heard about the wound I have. The one that sometimes opens on my chest. Can you tell me if it is some kind of demonic curse? Yes, indeed. I've been told of your affliction. Nora appears at the center of your chest. Can you will the wound to open? No? That's a shame. What can you tell me about this wound? Well, it's difficult to say. I know of blades that leave never-healing cuts, of poisons that stop wounds from healing. I've heard of witches' curses that are rewarded with eternal wounds. But wounds that seem to reopen and heal over and over, Perhaps you know of other cases like this? Let me think. Or let's think. In 4671, a Mendevian army corporal had all his bones and cartilage turned to glass. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. In 4600, a scribe in Canabris had all her skin simply come away like she'd been boiled. Ugh. And in 4638, oh, you don't happen to have insects crawling over you? Locusts? No? Rats, perhaps? Too bad. Nora looks at you with genuine regret. Do you think it's dangerous? It most likely is dangerous, yeah, but you are under the protection of Iomade, Commander. She granted you mythic power, as they say. Surely the Inheritor would not leave you to face this alone. Have you perhaps noticed that the wound opens at moments when you waver in your faith? Perhaps it is triggered by doubt. Thank you for your answers. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you anything useful. I will be sure to study this matter and consult a few of my encyclopedias. Alright. Tell me about yourself. Oh my. I could tell you so many amazing things, and you choose the most boring one of all. But alright. About myself then. Where are you from? Iskar. Iskar. A small piece of land that proudly calls itself a country, though it hasn't been independent for a single day in all the centuries it's existed. They have a lot of national pride, but all of it is borrowed, always looking to the great day when they can at last be free from the rule of Cheliax. The Iskari love talking politics. If two of them start bargaining over beers at the market, you can be sure that they'll end up arguing about whether an independent Isgard will be a monarchy or a republic. I've always found it funny to listen to, and a little disgusting. You see, there are a lot of us halflings in the country, but very few are citizens. Most are slaves. I was lucky. I've always been clever ever since I was little. So they sent me to school instead of making me do the grunt work. They taught me to count and write, and I was sold as a secretary to Lord Axelar Tresbot. He's the one I left Iskar with, never to return, I hope. How did you come to serve Queen Galfrey? I was a slave of Lord Axelar Tresbot in Iskar, my homeland. Oh, what a man he was. He towered over his fellows like a rock over a garbage heap. A true hero. He bought me as a simple secretary, but he made me learn the history of the world wound. All of it. One volume after another. He hired tutors for me. Even sent me to meet prominent historians. He didn't want a simple slave, but a slave with an impeccable education. Lord Tresbot was going on a crusade. He firmly believed that the servants of the good gods were weak, and only a follower of Asmodeus could stand against the demon invasion. He took me along as a secretary, a historian, and, most importantly, he entrusted me with recording his glorious story for future generations. In his crusade, Lord Tresbot performed many brave feats, but even he could not stand against the world wound alone. In his final battle with the demons, when my lord realized he was doomed, his final act was to cover my retreat, so that I could tell the world of his great deeds. Some people have said that what he did was not heroic, just an arrogant moron puffing himself up one last time, but I say curse their tongues. My difficult journey ended in Mendev, where I found my freedom. There I published Lord Tresbot's biography, and I don't want to boast, but who am I kidding? Of course I do. The book sold in great numbers, and made me rather famous for a time. That's what brought me to the Queen's attention. She invited me to her court. After all, she was curious about my deceased lord, and she was in great need of an expert on the history of the world wound. I hope you'll find me useful as well. So you're not just a historian but a writer too? Will you write a book about my crusade? Why not? As soon as we finish off the demons, I'll get right to it. Just take care that you don't end up like Lord Tresbot. Do you worship any deity? She makes a wry face. When I was a slave in Isgard, they would beat me with a stick to force me into believing in Asmodeus. They hit me and said it was for my own good. Ever since then, I don't like temples. I realize there are different gods like Desna or Caden who teach goodness and freedom, but it's just, as soon as I smell frankincense, I see the slave driver's stick. Maybe one day I'll be able to turn to a deity without cringing from a blow for not being reverent enough, but for now I let others pray for me. Nora's smile trembles and collapses. Failed perception check. What was that? I rolled a natural 1. I just needed a 7. True to form, I still suck at skill checks. Alright, moving on. Thank you for your answers. Nora wanted to add something, but decided to let the painful subject drop. You're welcome. But you should ask me something more interesting. Alright, tell me the history of the world wound. Well, I could talk about that for hours. What exactly do you want to know? I'll try to speed read it. Let's see here. Alright. Tell me about Old Socorus. It was an unforgiving country inhabited by numerous tribes of Kellet barbarians. Imagine Numeria, but without the metal mountains or the realm of the mammoth lords, but with a milder climate. That's Sarkoris. The country was ruled by priests of forgotten deities and shamans. It's said that even back then, before the world wound, the boundary between worlds was especially thin in this region. Since ancient times, Descari has had his claws sunk deep into the minds of the locals. His cults thrived here for many centuries. Eridens tried to stamp them out, but in the end, of course, he passed away. How did the world wound come to be? It happened the year Eredin died. 4606, a little over a century ago. No one knows if the timing was coincidental or if there's some connection with Eredin's death. But I'll tell you what we do know. The priests and shamans who ruled Sarkoris hated arcane magic and all who practiced it. Wizards and sorcerers were driven from the land, or worse. One of their prisons held a witch named Aurelu Vorlash. We know nothing about her besides her name, and of course the atrocity she committed. By some unknown method, she managed to harness the terrible power of the demon lord Descari. Together they tore open the barrier between worlds, yeah, opening a rift to the abyss in the very middle of Sarkoris. The world wound slowly but mercilessly expanded, devouring more and more land. In a matter of years, Sarkoris was a memory. After a moment of silence, Nora adds softly, "Sometimes I think, what did they do to Aurelu in that prison? Just imagine, she was ready to give herself to the abyss. If only the demons might devour her torturers along with her. To imagine such hatred, it terrifies me." Tell me about the First Crusade. It began in 4622. Yes, it took the Church and the secular authorities nearly 2 decades and hundreds of thousands of lives before they decided to take action. In the meantime, Sarkoris was only supported by handfuls of volunteers. By the time the crusade began, the demons had already invaded Mendev. The Crusaders pushed them back, in what must have seemed a total triumph at the time, the forces of good easily crushing the demons on all fronts. They erected Dresden on the lands they conquered, an indestructible fortress, and the capital of the Crusader movement. In 4630, 8 years after it began, the First Crusade was declared victorious. It was the first triumph of the Crusaders, and unfortunately the last. Tell me about the Second Crusade. In 4638, the world wound suddenly started expanding, and a new wave of demons appeared. The Crusaders were all but delighted. Last time they'd routed the forces of the Abyss, and they welcomed another chance to prove themselves. But this time everything was different. Instead of scattered gangs, they faced a large and organized army. Dresden was besieged, and the Crusaders lost all the lands they'd won back before. They had to retreat, and all that remained of Sarkoris was left to the demons. But while the monsters were devouring the unprotected lands, the Crusaders erected a chain of wardstones along the border of the world wound. We have Iomade and her herald to thank for their help. It was the Second Crusade's only victory, but it halted the wound's growth. The catastrophe had become a stalemate, at the cost of tremendous sacrifice. All right, and at the Third Crusade, about 50 years after the opening of the world wound, Descari found an ally. Baphomet entered the war, a cunning, insidious demon lord who prefers deception to open conquest. He sets his enemies against each other and lures the virtuous onto the path of wickedness. Traitors appeared among the Crusaders, secret agents of his cult. For a time, no one suspected a thing, even as they watched helplessly as the Crusader movement fell to ruin. Where once valor proudly stood, now greed and dumb cruelty reigned, and outrage was drowned in apathy. In 4665, the Church announced a new crusade, hoping to boost morale. They didn't succeed, to put it mildly. Some fought the demons in earnest, and for a time they even dared hope to retake Dresden. But the Third Crusade would be remembered as a witch hunt, in every sense. Inquisitors hoped to purge any cultist from the ranks of fighters. But instead they got a barrage of denunciations, widespread suspicion, and innocent victims. It sometimes happened that two orders would denounce each other as traitors and wipe each other out, much to the demon's delight. Just 3 years later, in 4668, the Church put the disgrace to an end. Of all the Crusades, that one was the least glorious. Tell me about the Fourth Crusade. Of course, the demons had no intention of sitting quietly behind or caged behind the wardstones. They kept attacking Canabras, trying to reach the stone and destroy it, or just scratch its surface, or if even that wasn't possible, befoul it. The Crusaders drove the demons away from the city again and again. The Fourth Crusade would last for 15 years, an exhausting study of positional warfare. The demons attacked, and they were pushed back. The Crusaders went on the offensive, but were forced to retreat. And all the while, the losses were tremendous. The Fourth Crusade's only achievement was that they didn't let a single wardstone fall. They didn't retake a sliver of land, to say nothing of Dresden. So many lives just to maintain the stalemate. You can imagine how that affected morale. Thank you for your answers. My pleasure. You just have to remember to stop me or I'll go on about it forever. Right, I have to go. If you have any questions, come back. Alright. Lore. Wait, was that it? No, that's if I want to retrain everything. Squirm, blacksmith. Alright. Let's talk to the blacksmith. Theodore Hawkblade. Alright. Commander. A tall man with piercing yellow-green eyes gives you a brief nod. Let me personally congratulate you on your new title and thank you for your time in advance. I am Leodor Hawkblade, an Inquisitor of the Church of Iomedae, the bringer of light. I require your assistance in a certain delicate matter involving one of your companions, young Count Dayron Arende. Knowledge world check. Past. Are you one of... I'm not sure what I need to pass. Are you one of Prelate Halron's followers? Leodor's face freezes for a moment, but he nods. Yes, of course. Alright. What is your opinion on his atrocities? Leodor is silent for a while. Usually, people reveal such things about themselves only to their confessor, not to some curious stranger. Still, I did ask for your help, and that imposes certain obligations upon me. Let me put it like this. I spent enough years by Prelate Halron's side to learn how to keep him from going over the line. The Prelate is an extraordinary man, but he has fallen prey to his own paranoia and monumental sense of responsibility, which has gradually eroded his razor-sharp mind. He has witnessed so much hideous darkness that he now sees it in every shadow. Yet his strength was, and still is, a shield for all the people of Mendev. That is my opinion. His comrades and advisors are necessary to prevent him from making unforgivable mistakes. what brings you here? I ask you to assist me, or assist the Church of Iomade in an investigation of the utmost importance. I understand that the leader of the crusade has plenty of other matters to attend to, but please allow me to tell you the details. Perhaps it will explain why I am calling upon you. The Inquisitor's open face instantly reveals his feelings. He frowns and looks through you, lost in his thoughts for a moment. I suppose that you have already heard about Count Arenday's story. I refer to the tragedy at the Heaven's Edge estate. Right? Tell me about it. About 10 years ago, several powerful demons managed to penetrate the Wardstone barrier and commit mass murder of all the guests who attended the feast in celebration of young Dayron's birthday. The unknown magical disease they had brought wiped out the whole estate in less than a day. That was not a unique case in itself. The demons had attempted such raids on Mendevian lands before, but they had never dared target such a well-protected place. The Arenday family was exceptionally rich. The estate was protected by elite bodyguards. There were several strong and righteous paladins among the guests. Moreover, the revered Nestrin, Dayron's tutor, was one of the most powerful priests of Iomade in the vicinity. All of them died, nonetheless, except for the young count, who had suddenly manifested his outstanding sacred healing powers. Was that a divine miracle or a curse? That remains to be seen. You're going to investigate this old case again, aren't you? Yes, I am. I have several reasons to doubt the widely shared account of what exactly happened at the estate and how it happened. You see, Commander, I was among those sent to examine the estate after the incident. I saw everything with my own eyes, and I still remember it clearly, even though it feels like it happened a lifetime ago. Heaven's Edge was a unique place that still carried the spirit of old Mendev before the world wound, and yet on that day it turned into a labyrinthine house of horrors, like something only seen in our nightmares. Apologies for the digression. I wanted to tell you about my suspicions. Everything about the incident seemed odd. Why was the only person left alive a young boy with a newfound talent for divine magic? Why did nobody send to Canabras for help, even though the agony spanned many hours? We found the demons dead, with their heads cut off. When we got into the estate, how were they defeated? How did the disease kill even the paladins present at the estate, who are said to be immune to any disease? If the demons had found a way to penetrate the Holy Warrior's defenses, why has this never been repeated since the tragedy at Heaven's Edge? You are the only person who can help me here, Commander, because the only living witness of those events is currently serving in your army. Your army's route will take you near the very site of the tragedy. Heaven's Edge has been abandoned and sealed with potent magic throughout all these years, and only the Count has the power to break that seal. He is unlikely to invite an Inquisitor inside, and in any case he won't like me sniffing around his family seat. But if you, as his commander, express your wish to visit the estate, he will be obliged to fulfill it, and I will simply follow you as one of your attendants. There are 100 ways, 1,000 paths, and myriad loopholes in human lives that the forces of evil can use to their advantage. I am not sure which one of those led the demons to the gates of Heaven's Edge, but I do know that it wasn't a simple raid. The kind Crusaders face every day. That incident involved a significantly more powerful entity, and that is why I am asking for your help. We cannot be sure that such a tragedy will not happen again until we uncover the truth. You have already been to the estate several times. What do you expect to find now? I was a young and inexperienced inquisitor when I first visited Heaven's Edge 10 years ago. My skills have improved significantly since then, and I have paid dearly for that. Leoder makes a vague gesture, pointing at his scars. My arsenal includes many spells and techniques dedicated to gathering information about people and events. Almost all of them require me to be physically present in the place where the event in question happened. That is why I must return to Heaven's Edge. Why can't you just search the estate yourself without involving me? The estate is abandoned and sealed with powerful containment enchantments that only the Count himself can lift. This is not the main reason, however. The main reason is that Count Arende is not officially under investigation by the Inquisition, so I couldn't just break into his house even if I found a way to bypass the spells. This is a serious matter. Leoder frowns. A matter that threatens the reputation of the entire Church of Iomade, and my own organization in particular. We made more than enough unforgivable mistakes during the Third Crusade, and are still dealing with their consequences. Your presence will give my investigation the necessary legitimacy, Commander. But there is more. In addition to getting official permission, I'd also like to bring an independent third-party investigator to this case. Someone independent, but well-respected, and you fit this role perfectly. Did you question Dayron himself? I did, but the Count insisted he couldn't remember anything about the incident due to a severe shock. He saw the demons at the very beginning when they appeared at the celebration to announce the onset of the plague and mock their victims. He also witnessed the death of his mother, Count Selena. That was all he could tell me. Leoder pauses. We had found the young Count sleeping like a log on the floor in one of the rear chambers, having drunk about half the family wine cellar all by himself. There is no reason to disbelieve him on that matter. So you suspect that Dayron is hiding something? That he is to blame for the tragedy? I deliberately refuse to entertain any theories or suspicions so that it doesn't affect the investigation. There is a saying among my colleagues that suspicion is the mother of prejudice, and prejudice is married to failure. I can only tell you that Count Arende wasn't suffering from demonic possession, the most common malaise in our country at the time. Right. Prelate Halrun himself examined the boy right after the tragedy, and he didn't sense anything awry with him. Should I even help him with this? Oh, that was a lot of content to go through. Let's see. probably get in one way or another. It's like, I'm pretty sure Darren has like trust issues. He's an asshole. Fine. Fine, I will help you. What do you need me to do? The elder bows his head to you with an exceptional reverence. Thank you, Commander. Now I ask you to speak to the Count and tell him that you wish to see it. What you wish to... hold on. Now I ask you to speak to the Count and tell him that you wish to see... That you wish to see at... Alright, let me just read this right. That you wish to see Heaven's Edge. I'm pretty sure that at shouldn't be there. Alright. Please do not inform him of my presence right away. I will join your escort when it's time to travel to the estate. When we get there, I will also require your help during the investigation. You will have to follow me, observing my actions as an independent witness. If you have any other questions, please feel free to ask me. I will remain here for a while. I'd like to discuss your investigation in the event of Heaven's Edge again. Naturally, I will tell you everything you wish to know. Nope, no more questions. Of course. Tell me about yourself, Inquisitor. I want to know who I'm dealing with. I am Ulfin by birth, but I have lived in Mendev for most of my life, dedicating myself to the service of the Inheritor. My warrior brethren mostly worship Gorum, but I've never been eager to fight for the sake of battle alone. I was a good fighter in my early youth, and could easily best most of my peers, but I didn't enjoy showing off my skills. Victory is bland on its own. Purpose adds flavor to war. I can't say that I have always been a faithful sword of Iomade. Back in my mercenary days, fate brought me to the borders of Mendev, where I spent quite a long time among the Crusaders, fighting shoulder to shoulder with my righteous comrades in arms, and watching demons commit their atrocities eventually led me to something I had been seeking my whole life: purpose and faith. That is how I found my calling. Even though it may be hard at times, I've never regretted my decision. I have to go. Alright. Darren. There you are. Hold on. Just so I don't forget.
All this waiting bores me.
Alright. I'd like to visit Heaven's Edge and see the Arende estate someday. Oh, I was just about to mention it myself. I've been thinking. Now that I'm in the middle of this whole Crusader nonsense, I simply must devise new ways to have fun. With all the recent commotion, my birthday completely slipped my mind. What if we were to celebrate it at Heaven's Edge? It's not far from here, and you'll get to enjoy a banquet in a bona fide haunted house. Darren seems to have trouble getting the words out, which clearly indicates how rarely he has to ask for anything. Since you're my superior and I'm your advisor, I am obliged to ask your permission to leave for the festivities, and I want to invite you too. I'm sure the commander can free up an afternoon while the soldiers are on leave. Let's see, they're going to throw a bank. Alright, deal. Let's continue this discussion after the Battle of Dresden. If you want to celebrate your triumph, we have to make it happen first. See, and no, just alright, deal. Perfect, you'll have a ball. I'll make sure of it. Something strange flickers in Daron's eyes. Or in Daron's smile. Alright. So how do you like your new role, advisor? Daron winces. You also enjoyed poking me with that stick, don't you? Imagine it, me a crusader. If my dearest cousin hoped to teach me a lesson, she managed it perfectly. An assignment I couldn't avoid without losing face. This idiotic journey leading straight into the demon's maws. I could have been on a pleasure boat right now, with the loveliest songstress and pitax on my arm, and a bottle of the finest Keonan wine to keep us company. Did you also receive a fraction of that unusual power? Looks like it. I genuinely hoped that getting away from you would be the end of it. If your gift truly did come from Iomade, then giving me a smidgen of that power was a very subtle joke on her part. I had no idea that our divine Lightbringer of Mendev even had a sense of humor. Don't get me started on my many acts of sacrilege against her. That obscene engraving, The Truth About the Test of the Starstone, is the tamest one by far. Right? There she go.
Over there!
Alright. What do we have here? May Canabras be damned. Anonymous pamphlet. I spit on the streets of Canabras. I spit on its granite walls and its stained glass windows. If tomorrow the ground trembles, splits apart and devours this cursed city, I will not shed one tear. No one here, not a single soul, deserves any compassion. Everyone who lives in this city is a criminal. If there were any justice in this world, every one of them would be hanging from the gallows. Prelate Hallrun and Queen Galfrey chief among them. Ask anyone on the streets what they know of mongrels. The answer will be dumb silence, or the lowered eyes of a scoundrel who knows their crimes, but doesn't want to think about it. Mongrels, a disgusting nickname which the residents of the city have given to the brave Crusader heroes who defeated the forces of evil, but paid for it with their health. Covered with scabs and tumors, bloated and gnarled, they were no longer beautiful enough to be tolerated by the very people they'd saved. As a reward for their heroism, the city dwellers exiled them to the sewers and damp caves beneath the city. The author of these words went down there and spoke with them. And I'll have you know that the ugliest of them is more noble than all the paladins of Mendev, not to mention that head-chopping prelate and his murderous queen. And if any pretend that today's city dwellers aren't responsible for the crime of their grandfathers, then I will spit in their face. For the grandchildren of the exiled are still down there, crawling in the mud and eating garbage. And everyone who knows about this and does nothing, and everyone who should know but prefers blissful ignorance, I say they're all guilty, and they repeat the same crime every day. And as long as this doesn't change, any citizen who desires to fight a demon should take a knife and stab themselves in the stomach. For your city has already rotten, and you are no better than the demons. And if anyone would repent the right and right this terrible wrong, they should turn their weapons on the prudish paladins who preach good but defend an order that flies in the face of justice. Down with the paladins, down with Prelate Holrun, down with Queen Galfrey. Huh. Camilla. Greetings. The neat smile on Camilla's lips disappears so quickly you almost wonder if you imagined it. Right? What do you think of the powers you received from me? Camilla shrugs nonchalantly. People of noble descent grow accustomed to ample opportunity. The powers I received from you are useful, but I see no point in treating them with excessive piety. Alright. I won't keep you. 3 hours of being in the camp. 3 fucking hours. Yeah. Chief, when it's hot. Yeah, no. Yeah. There has been a lot of story in this and not a lot of fighting. How do I actually keep going anyway? Sword of Valor. Yep, just gotta go to Dresden. Let's see. That's it. Oh, right. Is this the bulk selling? How do I actually get out of here anyway? Socio.
Hello again. I'm very pleased to meet you. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
A young cleric stands before an easel, his brush hovering over the canvas without touching it. Instead of painting, the young man absent-mindedly gazes at the stars of Canabra, or at the sky of Canabras, which is still streaked with towering plumes of black smoke. Finally, he notices you and smiles, shaking off his stupor. Hey, Trosius, do you know if I can kill this guy? He just looks like the light side version of my character's portrait, so I want to kill him.
It's a pity I wasn't there at the Grey Garrison to witness your feats of strength with my own eyes. The flash, however, could be seen miles and miles away. Some people were frightened of it, thinking that the demons had blown up the remains of the keep. I, for one, knew immediately that it was a good sign. The light above the city showed us that there was still hope.
Who are you, and how could you possibly be of use to my army?
My name is Sozio Vanek. I am a cleric of Shaylin, the Eternal Rose and the Goddess of Beauty. Yes, I know that many people would consider me useless in a war. This is not a usual war, though. Just consider our enemy. The Abyss and his demons are the very embodiment of everything evil and ugly in the world. Perhaps a disciple of kindness and beauty might come in handy.
I have not had an opportunity to kill myself, so I'll say no. God damn it! One person I'm fine with killing regardless of alignment, and it's like he's off limits.
I have no doubt that we will win this war, Commander. We just have to. It is our destiny. My role is to help you, and all those standing by your side in this struggle, to survive and flourish. Everyone deserves the chance to find peace and happiness in the world that they are defending so selflessly.
God, he sounds like such a Boy Scout. Just kill him. What are you painting? The cleric's eyes linger mournfully on the canvas. The unfinished painting depicts a temple crowned with a rainbow-tailed bird, the symbol of Shellin. 5 people dressed in robes stand before the temple, men and women, young and old. They all gaze back at you with radiant happiness and joy in their serene eyes. Wait, and as he just said, he is more than considered useless in war. I don't even use him myself. Regil is Regil. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that. Regil, yeah, Gil. Regil is much more useful, even if we don't agree on things.
My brothers and sisters in faith. They sent me for help, and then they saved my life, Commander. If the Prioress hadn't ordered me to escape the city and seek help, I would have died right along with them. Instead, I met Queen Galfrey on her way to Nerosian, and hurriedly returned to Canabris, only to find my friends dead on the steps of our desecrated temple. I want to draw them the way they live on in my memory. Wise, beautiful, and loyal to their goddess and their city to the very end.
Sorry for their loss. They fulfilled their duty honorably. This is why you have to treasure every moment you spend with the ones you love. Today you're together, but who knows what tomorrow may bring. You pronounce it like Reggie, but with ill in the name. Oh, so Regil. Did I say that right? Regil? Let's see. If they were going to spell it that way, I don't know. Put a... How's it termed? Like, you know when... like this guy's name. Socio. Like a IEL at the end. Would have been easier. Alright. Well, in personal relation. Regil, not Regio. So, Regil. Let me just... Hold on. I'm gonna type it into the thing. Maybe I can find out what the appropriate pronunciation is. Just go here. I have a particular lisp, so... Oh my god. I mean, if it was like refill but regil, I could get that, but like, shit. Alright, hold on. So, let me type it here. I can't find it for the name. Is it Regil? Is it like that, or what? Regil? It's not Regel. No, it's more like Red Jill. So Red Jill, but drop the D? Alright, well, it's easier to go with. Alright, at any rate, back to talking to Socio. Alright. Thank you. Alright, let's see. So yeah, I'm gonna give the chaotic one. I hope you'll last longer than your brethren when the real battle begins. No. This is why you have to treasure every moment you spend with the ones you love. Today you're together, but who knows what tomorrow may bring.
You're right. I took their company for granted and never even imagined that they might just disappear in the blink of an eye. So many words left unspoken. Now it's my duty to make sure my friends and tutors did not die in vain. I will honor their sacrifice by making this world a bit more beautiful and kind.
What made an artist enlist in the army?
Perhaps I am a true artist, or simply an amateur who defaces canvases in my spare time. My goddess is a patron of art, so painting is part of my prayer, and I put all my heart into my pieces. But I am a cleric above all else, so I must also tend to others. I went to war because here's where I'm most needed. Sure, I could be painting idyllic landscapes and offering empty prayers to my goddess, but that won't stop people from dying. My goddess has no tolerance for false piety.
You wanted to discuss something with me, right?
Yes, I have a personal request. Before we undertake our journey and leave Canabris behind, I would like to visit Martyr Zacharias' cemetery for a funeral. It's not far from here, and it's important. I would like to pay my respects to my friends from the Temple of Shaylin who died defending the city. Also, if it's not too much trouble, I would like you to come with me to honor their memory. Their friends and family will be at the funeral, and perhaps the commander's personal presence will bring them comfort. I know that you are burdened by many cares right now, so I understand if you can't find the time. But if you could, I would be sincerely grateful.
It was nice meeting you. Now I have to go. Do I have to lie?
You must be rather busy indeed. Leading a crusade all by yourself is no joke. I still believe that you are up to the task. This war has been raging for 100 years, but you've given us a chance at victory.
He's just the good guy. He just has the good guy look version of me, which means his alignment's probably something closer to neutral evil going towards lawful evil. Alright, everybody has like a one-liner in regards to the magic though.
Move out.
Mysterious elf. Damn it, you again. Soldier. The hell is that guy? Whatever. Chief, wanna talk? What do you think of my new powers? Woljif pauses to think, rubbing his chin. You mean what you did back there? I have a few ideas. We could send you to a Patax underground arena to fight. Give you a scary name like Swift Sting or something like that. Give you a great cover story. Enemies burn down your house, avenging your dead family. The public eats that stuff up. You'll wear a shiny, eye-catching outfit. Or a black one if you like black better. We'll split the prize money 60-40. 60 for me, of course. You know, arranging fights isn't easy. Those people are tough. I'll be taking more risk than you. And after we get set up in Patax, we'll tour different cities, make some real money. What, you don't like the sound of it? Do you have any other suggestions? Woljif grins, his yellow eyes lighting up. I got one more. Have you heard of Razmiran? It's some land in the River Kingdoms ruled by King Razmir. A friend of mine used to live in Razmiran. He got out of there as fast as he could. Long story short, this King Razmir of theirs is a god. He keeps his people under his heel. They're all terrified of what he might do. He sits on his throne wearing some white mask, giving it power to anyone. Come and take power from me, he says, so long as you believe in me. Woljif quickly checks that no one is eavesdropping. But that friend of mine, the one who fled, has a half-sister on his old man's side, who's a cook in the castle, and a washerwoman who the cook plays cards with in the evenings told her a juicy rumor. Word is, Razmir isn't a god at all, and he's got no powers. So here's my point. You do have powers, pretty scary ones too. We'll find some shabby little kingdom, I'll start some rumors, you'll show off a few tricks and wow the locals, and that's it. We'll make you a deity. But first I want you to put it in writing that I'll be your chief advisor. I'm not doing anything just on the nod. I've been there. People promise you mountains of gold, and then when it comes to it, they're all, get lost or I'll set the dogs on you. So do you like the idea? Call myself a god. That's disgusting. Lawful, you should be punished for your heretical thoughts. Chaotic. It's a great idea. We'll get to work on it just as soon as we get out of this mess. Sure that. It's an interesting. Woljif rubs his hands, pleased. I am gonna make you such a legend. You'll love it. A survivor in Canabris becomes a god. We'll make you a cult that'll put Iomedes to shame. In the meantime, I can think about what you want on your coins. And my insurance. Don't forget to write the declaration making me your chief advisor. That's fucked up. Start a cult.
Hello. So, what do you reckon about everything that's come crashing down on us? All the responsibility, command, this new power?
Sela looks anxious. She's honing her sword, but her movements seem nervous. The girl doesn't even notice you at first, but when she does, she smiles cheerlessly and stops what she's doing. Let's see. This is what I was born for. No, I haven't figured it out yet. We'll see what happens next. It's a little overwhelming, to be honest. No, I haven't figured it out yet, but we'll see what happens next.
Watching and waiting is a good strategy. Probably. I'm still frightened by what happened in the Grey Garrison. Were we really chosen? By Iomade herself? You know, back when I was a snot-nosed kid who just started down the path to becoming a paladin, I imagined once or twice that I was going to do something heroic. The lights would shine down on me, the trumpets would sing, I'd hear the voice of the goddess, or at least her herald, you know? I'd be informed that I had been chosen for a great cause. But that's the point where my imagination always failed me. Somehow, it really happened. Without all the trumpets or the herald or even anyone explaining what I had to do. Though it's clear as day, my place is here, in this demon-ridden wound. Quite a lovely war going on, in fact. Endless, I hear. I'm gonna need some time to wrap my head around this. Spare me an hour and I'll crawl into some dark corner and whine about my hard lot. What can I tell you? I cry easily.
Okay. I didn't think she'd have voice lines. Did they voice her other lines or what? Nope. No, she's back to it.
Head on!
Oh shit, loot. The most important thing to focus on. Sheriff Windwag, Ember, and Ninio. Oh shit, there's more loot. That's great. Sorry, that army of mongrels you promised me would be quite useful right about now. The huntress shrugs. Yes, they would be useful in this campaign. If we had more time and weren't in such a hurry, we'd go to Sol and show him the trophies we took from demons. He'd stop shaking in fear and summon the tribes. But the way I see it, we don't have time to waste right now. We'll have to deal with Sol after we conquer Dresden. Alright.
No one stands in my way.
Commander, allow me to say something. Arabeth looks even more serious than usual. Before you, this wasn't a war, it was agony, drawn out over decades. No one believed in victory anymore. When the demons attacked the city, for some it was a relief. At least the end had come. They laid down their weapons and surrendered without a fight. I felt the same thing, but I somehow got through on stubbornness and the vague hope that if nobody found Anivia's body, she might by some miracle have survived, and that miracle was you. You returned my beloved to me when I nearly lost all hope of seeing her alive again. Then you went on a suicide mission to the Grey Garrison and won the city back for us. You turned a defeat into a victory. I know it won't be easy, but you make everything seem so effortless. You do everything just like that, she says with a snap of her fingers. The Queen believes in your powers too, but for me, they're just more proof of what I felt that day when I saw Anivia alive standing next to you. You're the miracle we've been waiting for. You're the one who will finally put an end to this terrible war, and in spite of everything, deliver us the victory we so desperately need. With you, I'm sure this crusade will achieve what the others could not. I found a scabbard with your family name on it in the Grey Garrison. Arabeth looks down. This scabbard held the solemn hour, my family's sword. My father once fought with it, and I took it when I left home to become a paladin. Alas, it was not stolen. I parted with my heirloom willingly, to help someone dear to me. Anivia needed expensive healing, and having no other way to procure the money, I pawned my father's sword. I think he would have understood. I'm sure he would have given up everything to help the family. Alright. I hope to redeem the solemn hour eventually, but there was never enough money, and soon the sword disappeared from the pawn shop altogether. I have no idea who took it. Seems like I'll have to part with my father's sword forever. You had the orders confidence at your disposal. I can see you truly loved her. Yeah, sure, that's good. Yeah, right. Is Anivia sick? You'll forgive me if I don't go into detail. It is a private matter. Suffice to say, everything is fine now. The treatment was costly, but it was worth it. Oh, okay. Sure. It's just too sappy. I can't bring myself to say that. Say nothing. Right. Arabeth lovingly traces the name imprinted in silver on the scabbard's leather. My parents were loyal servants, yet it wasn't enough to earn them a title or a coat of arms. Still, however humble our name might be, it is worth something. I don't know if I'll ever see the solemn hour again, but at least I have the scabbard back. Thank you. So it turns out that the Queen has her head of counterintelligence watching me? I wonder why. You think the Queen doesn't trust you? If that were true, she wouldn't have put you in charge of this army. My main task is to be your advisor until you've gained enough experience as a commander. As for counterintelligence, Anivia and I were tasked with keeping an eye on your inner circle. But you're not under suspicion, Commander. You're under our protection. Okay. We need reinforcements. Can you get us more soldiers? Arabeth frowns. When we began the march on Dresden, we chose speed over numbers. If I order more volunteers to be recruited, they simply won't arrive in time. I could pay mages to deliver the troops to the camp, except I doubt that our army's coffers could afford it. If you can spare 7,500 gold coins, I will see to our reinforcements. Ugh. And here begins the loss of money. Oh, God. That's a lot more than I was expecting, but, fine. For the cause, you have your orders. Oh, shit. Merging and splitting units. If two of your armies stand next to each other on the global map, you can transfer units between them by clicking the button that appears next to the army's name. Upon exchanging troops, the number of movement points of each army will become equal to the lowest value among the two. Clicking the I button next to the army's name on the left. Alright. Will take you to the army management screen. Here you can set your unit's starting positions at the beginning of combat. You can split your units by holding Control or Shift and moving the unit to a different slot. You can also create a new army here by clicking the button on the right. Okay. Consider it done. Well, that wasn't so bad. Alright, it's hard to believe your origin is so humble. You deserve a noble title more than many who inherit them. Arabeth's cheeks blush a little. Thank you, Commander. It is an honor to hear that, especially from you. Every noble family begins somewhere. You must have heard the recent story from the Stolen Lands in the River Kingdoms. Just imagine coming from nowhere and making it all the way to a royal crown in just a few years. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if I managed to distinguish myself somehow. But then I push away such unworthy, selfish thoughts, of course. We don't fight for rewards. The fate of the world is at stake. And yet, Arabeth's blush deepens, and she falls silent. I have to go. Arabeth says goodbye with a short bow. Ooh. Alright. In-breath. Whoop. Alright, let's see. Ember is bobbing her head and humming a tune. She greets you with a carefree, cheerful smile. Her wandering eyes linger on you for just a moment before darting off again into the distance. How are you handling your new abilities? What is that? Oh, what was that sizzling noise? Oh, my roommate came back and turned on a faucet. After the faucet was turned on, he turned it off. Behold, it's just water. I'm not sure how loud it is for you on your end, so I don't really know what to say about it. But, like, everybody pays rent here, so I don't really bitch. At any rate, let's see. Let's see, how are you handling your new abilities? Abilities? The girl tilts her head to her shoulder. What are you talking about? Oh, the tricks you learned when the big gray house blew up? They're funny. Thanks for teaching them to me. Okay. The Queen gave me the title of Knight Commander and put me in charge of an army. What do you think about that? The elf focuses her wandering gaze on your eyes, smiles, and shakes her head. Don't believe titles. All of us in the world are children of the street, barefoot, hungry, scared, a step away from death. Some imagine they're strong and rich like gods, but don't forget who you really are, behind the title. That's rather insightful. I have to go. So go. Alright. Alright. Ah, boy, there you are. Very good, just in time. You will be delighted to know that I need you for an experiment. So, the Grey Garrison stands roofless. Demons are running for the hills with their tails between their legs. Mendev's queen, what's her name? It's on the tip of my... Ah yes, Galfrey, is scurrying to and fro, and all this is somehow connected to you, my loyal follower. Thus far, there is no scientific evidence of your exceptionality, if one discounts blind faith and divine intervention, which I do. We, people of science, refuse to believe in the inexplicable without any proof. We are the ones who explain the inexplicable. Ninio punctuates her statement with an energetic sweep of her arm. And therefore, open your mouth and say ah for me. Why? Fuck it, just do it. Open your mouth. Ninio peers into your mouth with a practiced eye. Alright, your throat's fine. Tongue looks perfectly normal. Your breath, she sniffs. The smell is in line with the regular functioning of the digestive system. Now for your teeth. She sticks one hand in your mouth and probes each of your teeth in turn with the skill of a seasoned dentist. No detectable alterations. By the way, did you know that many individuals, while being wholly civilized representatives of their races, still have an amazingly powerful bite? As if suddenly recalling something, Ninio promptly pulls her hand out of your mouth. Are you really trying to find a correlation between fang length and civility? If someone gets on my nerves, I can bite hard enough too. Now, the first one. Are you really trying to find a correlation between fang length and civility? Can you? We definitely must test that someday. But not today. Now we are conducting an experiment of a different kind. Moving on. Alright. What do we have next? Ears. Let's check your hearing. Testing. Ninio yells right in your ear and nods in satisfaction as she observes your reaction. Your hearing is fine. Was fine. But don't worry, it's scientifically proven that it should return to normal soon. Next, Ninio circles you. Eyes are clear, posture is satisfactory, limb length is standard, no lice. She stops, rubs her chin in contemplation, and, in a slightly dejected tone, says, "Boy, you are the picture of health. It's a pity. I was expecting to find some anomaly. Well, now let's assess your mental state. Imagine a hypothetical situation. You are a tree. Two squirrels have found their way into your hollow, and are now copulating there. What do you do?" I'm a tree. Okay. What is this nonsense? Let them compopulate. Why should I care? I'll stick my branch into the hollow and drag them both out by the neck. I'll do precisely nothing, because I'm a tree. It's a damn tree. An unconscious act of withdrawal along with the lack of trust in your own abilities. Or perhaps just a healthy dose of pragmatism. On to the next question. Another hypothetical situation. You are a tomato. You have just been picked from the vegetable patch and put into a crate. You know that today the cook will use half of the tomatoes from your crate to make soup. What do you do? If I'm going to be eaten, then there's not much I can do. That's the fate of a tomato. I mean, fucking hell. I try to dig deeper into the crate. There's nothing I can do. I'm a tomato, remember? Yeah, I'll just do that one. An unconscious act of withdrawal. Inability or unwillingness to see something bigger behind something small. Alright, I understand. On the surface, it appears you don't really believe in your ability to change things, but in fact you are a strong pragmatist who knows perfectly well what you can and can't do. Your reasoning is that of a mortal, one who is capable of achieving a great deal, though he would deny even that. On that note, I deem this experiment complete. Thank you for your participation. Nenia looks at you pensively and then gestures at you with a wide sweep of her arm. And yet you remain a puzzle to me. I love puzzles. One of these days I will solve you completely, unless I forget. Now I have time to answer your questions. Come on, ask away. No, I'm done. Whatever. Alright. Area exit. Let's get out of here. It's a long time coming. Oh shit, he's actually a recruitable party member? So I can kill him. A kind man's war. Alright, so what are we working with? A cleric. He is a base cleric. Prayer. He doesn't have the Mythic Path ability. Oh yeah, seriously. Why have him in the party if he's not even allowed to be as strong as the original members you start with? That guy sucks. Neutral good. Base cleric. What? He gets his mythic rank after being in your party once. Oh, okay. Let's see. So I'm going to the church there. Wait a minute. Okay. So you out. She wants to go to some ruins. You out. He wants to go to a church. Yeah, these three don't have anything particularly on call. But like fucking hell, man, he looks like he's literally like like Shadow Doppelganger or whatever. Fuck that, man. No, get out. When the game forces me to put him in, I guess like I'll backtrack for him. Until then, no. Crusade starting out. You can now control armies on the global map. Winning battles against demon forces will provide you with a number of benefits, such as resources to help your economy. Oh, there you go, Trosius. You just gotta win battles. Nothing to it. Relics, which can be turned into powerful new items for your party. Captured enemy fortifications that previously blocked the advance of both your party and your armies. These fortifications can be rebuilt into forts for your own troops. Enemy armies differ in their strength, which is displayed as a number next to the army's name. It sounds easy, but it isn't. Let me just go back into options to lower my game's difficulty until it is, I guess. I don't fucking know. Well, I need to see what happens. Enemy armies differ in their strength, which is displayed as a number next to the army's name. By hovering over the enemy army, you can learn more about its composition and the reward it is guarding. You can switch between party management and army command modes by clicking the banners at the top of the screen. The army command mode, you can select armies by either using the panel or on the left or clicking the figures on the map. Much like your party, armies use roads to move around the map. To move, an army must spend movement points, which can be restored by resting for 1 day. So, easy enough. All right, let's just get this over with. Awesome. Save there. First, let's go over Creek, Nameless Ruins, Heaven's Edge, Dresden. And they want me to swing by or go back towards that real quick. Fuck me. I did say I'd do it just for the case of it, but sure. We'll do it now. I'll kick out Darren. He's probably just going to be an ass. Alright, go Darren. You win. Alright, let's do this. Alright. There. Let's get this over with. It's getting late. I'm hitting the sack. Alright. Have a good night. Like I said, this is intended to be a long stream, so yeah, it's gonna keep going. Alright. I will be on, let's see, tomorrow. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I should be on around the same time tomorrow. Well, not as early as tomorrow, but I should be around, the usual times on the stream. Alright. Good night. Alright, where was I? Noble. An elderly man limps towards a grave and clumsily throws a handful of soil inside. How unfair. They were all so young. They had their whole lives ahead of them. They sacrificed themselves. And an old cripple like me still lives. Citizen. An elven woman with her face bathed in tears steps up to the grave. She whispers, "The painting. It burned like everything else in the house. There is nothing left for me to remember you by. Nothing." A young man throws a handful of soil into the open grave and stands beside it for a while, lost in thought. Finally, he sighs and steps back. Socio throws a handful of soil into the grave in front of him. He takes a breath and prepares to speak. But it seems that he simply cannot find the right words. The cleric wipes his tear-filled eyes, gathers his resolve, and says in a gentle voice, "I wish you a warm welcome in Shellen's realm. We will win this war, I swear to you. We'll banish this ugliness and evil, make the world richer and let peace blossom in it. We'll make sure anything like this. He breaks into sobs mid-sentence, then falls silent without finishing his declaration. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Socio is too absorbed in his grief to hear you, but the other mourners nod in approval, wiping their teary eyes. They were good people. I can't believe they're gone. What is that? An elven woman shrieks in horror, disrupting the atmosphere of silent mourning. Her trembling hand points at... Oh. Her trembling hand points at something moving inside a grave. Inside a grave. Suddenly, a corpse climbs out of the ground, wafting a horrible stench from its rotting body. It's a zombie. Run. Fight off the undead. Ugh. That's terrible.
I won't let you hurt my friends.
It's just one zombie, right? Yeah. Never mind.
No match for me.
Surrender or else.
Oh. He's in the hole. With a heavy heart, Socio looks at the corpses of his friends, returned to rest by his own hand. What is this twisted mockery? Who could possibly... Wait, what's this? He bends down and recovers something from the ground. Take a look at this. Socio hands off a black onyx gem to you. Once precious, this stone is now covered in cracks. Yeah. Falling apart in your grip as you examine the engraved Minotaur's head. The unholy symbol of Baphomet, the cleric's voice, perplexed at first, fills with rage as he speaks. Cultists. Simply murdering my friends was not enough for them. No, they had to come to the funeral and desecrate their graves. I'm sorry you had to go through this. Looks like some... They will pay for everything they have done when we find them. You're right. They can't be far. We can't allow them to torture anyone else this way. Wait, the townspeople fled the undead without knowing they had a traitor among them. Wherever they are, they're in great danger. We must find them. Find the cultists. With horror, I can barely catch my breath. Thank you for saving our lives.
You'll make a fine trophy.
of horror. I can barely catch my breath. Thank you for saving our lives.
Move out. We won't fall here. I swear it.
Oh, right. He did say that he was gonna get a mythic path. Domain Zealot. Activate your abilities as a swift action. Yep. Alright, awesome.
Battles await. Head on!
I'll tear your throat out!
Begone, fiend!
I'll rip you apart!
You're irrelevant. I'll hit you!
You have a melee weapon? Oh, right. He's doing the same thing Tristan was doing, but he has strength. To be honest, that's a little too high. Oh, whatever.
Soot is restless. I wonder why.
I lead. You follow.
Don't you dare get away from them. Presence gone.
Let's move already.
Zombie lords. I can't charge. You, what do you want? All you have to do is die in the name of Baphomet. Have faith, you can do it.
To battle, my friends!
Noble. Alright.
Let's hear you cry.
Oof. This guy's going down pretty quick.
They'll beg me to stop!
Mind over muscle. You won't stop us.
Actually, wait. Expert caster level to a max of 10d6. So at this point, 66. And +1 for addition. So it'll leap to 2 different targets. Do that.
I can still fight.
Yeah, sure you can, buddy. The best we can hope for is you don't die. Oh man, this guy solved my problem for me. He can't use it on himself. Well, that sucks.
I need your assistance. You, friends.
I surrender. Stop. I give up. Don't hit me. The young man in black robes froze his hands up in a dramatic gesture. You damned rat! How dare you! Suddenly, Socio becomes a totally different person. The artist's delicate hands clench into fists, while his voice comes out as a menacing roar. He leaps at the necromancer and breaks his nose with a single blow. You scumbag! I remember you! You came to our temple begging for healing just a month ago. We fed you. We shared our table with you and took you in. Then I don't even know what I am going to do to you. Stop it. I surrender. Zosiel ignores the necromancer's cries of pain, punching him right in the teeth. The necromancer spits blood but continues fighting past the wild blows to his increasingly bruised and busted face. You are a priest of Shelit. I've surrendered, so you have to spare my life. Your goddess demands it. Let's see. Do you two know each other? We do. That's Nardi, a tailor's apprentice from Canabras. We healed him after he was mauled by a dog. Then he became a frequent visitor to our temple. He listened attentively to our sermons, studied the goddess's teachings, and praised our art. Socio grits his teeth. Were you lying to our faces the whole time? When we took you in? When you sat at our table? When we broke bread with you? Were you planning to stab us in the back even then? The whole time. Now you understand part of it. Let's dig into the rest. The cultist curves his bloody lips into an evil sneer. I was hoping to lure you to our side. It wouldn't have been hard. We are everywhere, even inside you. You think you know it. I think you know it too. You are not like all those pious devotees. You pretended to be. And maybe you fooled yourself, but we both see who you really are. You have that same demonic rage inside you. It's a pity I never had time to kindle it into a devouring flame. But sometimes you have to resort to a backup plan. Having you die at the hands of your dead friends was such a good idea. It's a pity it didn't work. Shut up! Celestial swings his fist but stops it in midair. His clenched fist trembles as he stares at the cultist with an expression of pure hatred. You want to kill me right now, don't you? But you can't. You're a good boy, Celestial. So loyal to your goddess. You'll have to let me go or commit a sin, so I win either way. Witness the genius of our Lord Baphomet. Is he telling the truth? Your religion doesn't allow you to kill him? Yes. The Eternal Rose is known for her grace. She teaches us to show mercy to anyone who asks for it. It's one thing to slay an enemy in battle, but a captive, you must try to save their soul. To show them the beauty of the world. Persuade them to abandon the path of evil. It's difficult, but the world is better for it. I'm just repeating your own sermons back to you. Come on, Socio. Try to make me repent my sins. Perhaps your kind words will make me abandon Baphomet's teachings, run to Shellen for redemption, and start knitting some masterpieces of my own. The cultist smirks impudently. Do you really believe that even this scum deserves a chance at redemption? I don't know. May Shellen forgive me, but I have never had to struggle with this burden before. He looks at the cultist with visible disgust. I had no time to try healing the souls of villains. I was always preoccupied with healing the bodies of those who hurt by them. The cleric looks up at the sky. Forgive me, Eternal Rose. You teach us to be merciful to our enemies and love them, but I am too weak, I'm afraid. Grant me absolution from this sin, for this kind of love is beyond me. Don't listen to him. Hit him some more. Hit him. Chaotic. Hit him some more, but be careful not to kill him. Shellen says nothing against kicking a few teeth in. Stop, Socio. It's not worth breaking your goddess's vows because of filth like him. Don't listen to his lies. He deserves death. It would be justice to kill him on the spot. There's the textbook answer. But, yeah, no. Hit him some more. Death is a release. Don't just kill. Socio knocks the necromancer to the ground. Or down to the ground. Enough. He's defeated and will disturb the dead no longer. Pummeling him further is not justice, only revenge. I had absolutely no idea there was so much rage in me. It's a shame, a disgrace. But I must admit that I enjoyed beating him. Forgive me for letting you see me like this. It should never happen again. Socio wipes the necromancer's blood off his knuckles and steps away from him. You are the commander, and he is your captive. It's up to you to decide his fate. I surrender. Here, take everything I've got. Just don't kill me. Skull of Fox is cunning. What do you think I should do to him? Socio stares at the cultist, then through clenched teeth utters, I have no right to decide whether he should live or die. You are in charge here. Alright, fine. I condemn him to death. No. Even if it doesn't say that's evil, it probably is. I will send a messenger with orders to imprison the cultist. His deeds will be punished to the full extent of the law. Yes, that's the right thing to do. The cleric lets out a sigh of relief. Thank you. Honestly, they're probably just going to kill him anyway. He's a necromancer and a cultist. Socio examines the devastated graveyard, then diverts his attention to the terrified townspeople. It's all right. You're safe now. We should bury the bodies again. This is a place of peace, and we must not leave it desecrated like this. The townsfolk are clearly terrified of even looking at the fallen undead, but Socio's soft words reassure them. As they work together, the graveyard soon regains its tranquil presence and appearance. After a prayer, Socio bows his head before the graves of his friends for the last time. May the eternal rose grant them peace at last. Let's be on our way. We have many more innocents to protect from the horrors of this war. Out there, fresh things for us.
I will lend you my aid.
Got off easy. Glory to the Crusade. First demons, now the undead. When is this all going to end? Alright, screw it. Let's get out of here.
Onwards!
Take everything and head on out. Alright, let's go. Alright. No, that's it. Messenger. A message for the commander. A knight in simple armor lowers his voice. I'm the Queen's bodyguard. She sent me to tell you she's arrived at Camp Incognito as planned. You can find her where the minor knightly orders are camped. Come with me if you wish to speak with her. Alright? I will visit her. I will come at once. Certainly. Okay. That's good. Feels so good to be on a crusade again. I'm sick of the dirty palace. Queen Galfrey. Queen Galfrey nods to you cordially. Her armor is plain and unadorned. As promised, I entered the ranks incognito along with a few bodyguards. I have introduced myself as Kitrain, an old friend of yours. I am a knight of a minor order, the Green Crows. We shall see how long it takes Anivia to sniff me out. The Queen chuckles. Why did you decide to join the crusade after all? Because I have a curious mind and I am quite unable to sit and do nothing for long. The Queen smiles but then grows serious. You ask a difficult question. I must remain as safe as possible. My death or abduction would sow chaos among our forces. However, I am not only a queen, I am also a paladin of Iomade. It is not in my nature to sit in a palace with my sword sheathed. In a manner of speaking, your request was simply a convenient excuse for me to be where I belong, crusading against the demon hordes. Besides, I am curious to see my new knight commander in action. I have a question for you as well. Why did you wish me to join you on the crusade? Your presence will boost the soldiers' morale. I'm glad to have a glorious crusader queen at my side. I wanted to know you better. Surely you know how intriguing you are. Is it fair for you to send us to our deaths while you stay safe in custody? I'll go with number 3. I wanted to know you better. Surely you know how intriguing you are. Enough, Commander. The Queen scoffs with a smile. Everything that could possibly be known about me has been written in the chronicles or notarized. Let's see. May I ask you a personal question? I've learned so much about Queen Galfrey from chronicles and legends, but what about the other Queen Galfrey, the one that the historians and bards cannot see? The Queen smiles faintly. That Galfrey is an old woman, weighed down by a great burden. But she has not lost her passion, and she will make the feathers fly when the time comes. That is like Queen, twice as lucky, for she has agreed to fight by my side. Forward to working closely with you, and who knows, maybe feathers, things flying. It's good to know. It's good that you're still so full of life despite your advanced age. Okay, number 2. I look forward to working closely with you, and who knows, maybe feathers won't be the only things flying. Galfrey arches a brow. First you try to kiss my hand, and now you lower yourself to clumsy innuendo. I am beginning to understand what kind of a person my knight commander truly is. Do you really think that you are the first person to attempt to charm me with such words? You are not. If you want to impress me, you'll need to do better than that. How does it feel living so long beyond all natural limits? Result, McQueen, aren't you? That sounds like I'm just trying to screw. Like, why did you entrust me with Dayrun? The Queen smiles. I saw such a wonderful opportunity to teach the Count a lesson and just couldn't resist. Honestly, I expected you to dismiss him forthwith. The Count would have been forced to return to court a laughingstock. It would have been a truly sobering experience. There is nothing more disgraceful for a Mendevian nobleman than to be discharged like that. Dayrun Arende. The Queen shakes her head. He was such a lovely child. His mother, Lady Selena, was one of the most gracious people I have ever met. She was amiable yet decorous, and truly kind. Bonds of kinship among the nobility are on the whole highly practical and only useful for forming alliances, but Countess Arende managed to become a true member of my family. I suppose that is why I spent so much time believing her son to be a better person than he actually was. His company is a heavy burden. Still, I must admit that I am quite pleased that you decided to keep him on as a companion. There is a small chance that once he has had a true taste of the Crusade life, the Count will finally cease to mock the Crusaders as cynically as he is wont to do. You've given an army and the title of Knight Commander to a stranger. Why? Because for 100 years I have protected my lands, trying to drive the demon horde back into the abyss. I have tried every right and rational method. The Queen affords herself a brief grim smirk. My armies have been led by the greatest generals, even Iomede's angels. My goddess's herald created the wardstones for us. We have tasted victory more than once, but we have failed to close the world wound. As for you, do not call yourself a stranger. You are the savior of Canabras. Hundreds of its people saw the world that descended upon you and turned the demons to dust. It's the sign they've awaited for decades, a sign for all loyal hearts and followers of Iomade. The time has come. Hope has been rekindled in the hearts of my subjects thanks to you. Hope is a priceless resource. I had no choice but to give it wings. Let's see. How does it feel living for so long? I understand why you asked. We humans share this world with races whose life expectancy is much longer than ours. When I was young, I also used to ask every elf or dwarf I met how it felt to live 100 years. I shall answer thus. The decision to prolong my life was not mine. It was the decision of the Church of Iomade. The Sun Orchid elixirs have been paid for by the Church. The priest determined that I was needed in these dark times, both as a ruler and a chosen paladin of Iomade. I accepted their decision and the great responsibility it entails. And she took that better than I thought. No, you called it the sign they've been waiting for, but I take it you are reserving judgment? Your question seems to catch the Queen off balance. A strange spark flashes in her eyes. When Eredin perished and Iomade took over his legacy, I was among the first to serve the new goddess. I helped restore her church from the ashes left by the chaos after Eredin's death. Since then, I have served the inheritor loyally and truthfully. I like to believe that I have earned the blessing of my goddess. The Queen's voice is surprisingly ardent. After I learned of what happened in Canabras, when I met you at the Defender's Heart, I had so many questions. Is it true that what happened was Iomede's work? Why did she give this power to someone unknown rather than one of her most loyal followers? Could it be that my faith has grown weak and I don't recognize the deeds of my goddess even when they are happening right in front of me? Is the goddess somehow testing me? Those doubts were like poison. But I refused to let them poison me, the Queen finished strongly. I gave you an army, declared you Knight Commander, and accepted you as I would anyone chosen by the goddess. I must go. Don't forget, I am Katrain the Knight. Okay, so she officially... Can I take her along? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Anything else? It's been a long time since I traveled like this. That's just another face in the crowd. Queen crosses her hands and pensively taps her guard brace. Huh. Alright. Grant. Begin resting. This land has suffered so terribly under the demons. I will try to paint it as it was before the invasion, beautiful, the way it will be again after we win. The commander becomes host to an anomalous force, and his dreams are filled with strange visions. He feels the space around him distort, and his sensory organs are flooded by false images, bred by distortions of light and air. Reality itself tries to expel the commander into some dark tunnel. At the other end, a grim figure awaits. His body resists this crude attempt to wrench it from reality. But the unknown force finds a tangle in the commander's soul, one made of demonic rage and destructive desire. The stranger grips at it and pulls, like a hunter reeling in a harpoon. Troubled by the sudden intrusion, the dark and ominous force deep in the commander's soul answers with a menacing growl. The commander... Perception 25. Stares intently. Nope, can't make that. Tries to understand what's going on. Yeah, I got a plus 10 bonus. Let's do this. Fail. Fuck. However, the commander has never encountered anything like this before. He unleashes the dark, unbridled part of his soul. Uses every effort to suppress the tangle of rage. Take comfort in the knowledge that he is a human, a mortal, and no one could ever break the will of his stubborn species. I guess this one? Stubbornness. Let's go. Wait, what is this dark power, though? Unleash the dark and unbridled part of his soul. With a triumphant and savage howl, it breaks free and fills the commander's thoughts and senses. Its rage, like a burning spear, streaks along the dark tunnel to the one who dared trouble the commander. A heart-rending scream filled the pain, and animal fear strikes your ears. The moment passes and the attraction fades. The enemy has withdrawn back to the shadows. The apparition recedes, leaving the commander wondering whether it was reality or a nightmare. Nah. Yeah, I should probably not do that. Ah, whatever.
Move out.
Trying to think. What time is it? Alright. I'll be right back. I gotta go. I shouldn't be too long though. Be right back. Hit the message there. Okay. If everything's said and done, out the way, time to move on. Oh wait, why don't... Oh right, I have Ninio in the party because of her little event that's coming up. Alright. That was a little longer than I was hoping, but whatever. Yeah. Alright, what do we have here? 100 footmen. Assign a general to strengthen the army size. Recruit a general. Okay, here we go. All these character portraits from before. 500. I have 26. Alright, let's see. What do we have here? These guys don't have character levels as they were. Ludwig the Swordsman. Spellcraft and cover. I have no idea what I'm doing these days. Satsuna Shy. Increase the max army size by 1 per level of this feat. Scorching Ray. Plus power. X power, which I have no idea how that works. Alright, 12. Determines the power of spells and abilities used by a general in combat. So power times power plus 5. D6. Okay, that sounds really good. Let's use that. Recruit Setsuna for 500 finance points. Yeah. Let's do it. Signed. And let's go. And this one's much better off. Archers and clerics. Assign a general. Recruit a general. Now it costs 6,000. God damn it. That's how they get you. Oh well. How do I acquire finance points? Buy resources. So at best, I could buy... I still couldn't afford one. Wait, no, I think I can. $39. 3,000 gets me up to 5. 39, no, 38. 38 will get me 59. No, 76. And buy resources. Alright, there we go. Assign a general. Recruiters. Alright. She looks cool. All units in the army get +2 damage per level of this feat. Charge formation. It's in a 3x3 area. Okay. It's 2 bonus to speed and a -2. Who else we got? I'm confused. Almaty, the Grinning Wolf. Alright, go for it. Alright. Let's give this a shot. Oh. Finally loaded. Okay. Turn order in combat. Your army has engaged in battle. The enemy army is displayed on the right, and the Crusader army is on the left. Okay. Battles are played out in turn-based mode. The turn order is displayed at the top of the screen. Okay. Units with high initiative act first. Once all units have taken their turns, a new round begins and the turn order is repeated. Simple stuff. During its turn, a unit can perform one of the following actions: move and or use its melee attack. The range of the unit's movement depends on its speed. Use a ranged attack if one is available to the unit and there are no enemies near it. Okay. Use an ability if one is available to the unit. Abilities are displayed in the bottom of the screen. Got it. Take up the total defense, boosting its AC for 1 round. Wait, postponing its action till the end of the round. Whenever a unit performs an attack, the damage dealt is calculated as follows. All soldiers in the attacking unit make a damage roll to determine the base damage. Its damage multiplier is determined according to the formula Attacking units attack plus 21 minus target's AC times 0.05. What the fuck? The damage multiplier cannot be less than 0.05. The base damage is multiplied by the damage multiplier, resulting in the total damage dealt. I don't understand. Let's do this. Total defense. Move or act on his turn. Alright. Alright. So I'll move here. Done. Losses 5. Units replenished at the infirmary 5. Alright, cool. You have defeated your first enemy army and received a number of finance points. You can use these finance points to hire a general for your army. Too late. This can be done by accessing the army window in the left corner of the screen. Well, too late, I found that out. See spells and abilities in combat. Capabilities grow as the level increases. Generals gain experience by winning battles at the head of their army. Each general belongs to one of 3 classes as indicated by an icon next to their portrait. Fighter, Sword and Shield focuses on boosting the strength of their troops. Ranger, Bow, weakens enemy units. Wizard, Fireball, utilizes a wide variety of spells in combat. Generals cannot be killed. If a general's army is defeated, after 3 days the general can be assigned to a new army. Alright, general's attack and defense are added as a bonus to the attack and armor class of all units in their army. The general's power affects the effectiveness of their abilities and spells. Initially, an army can be composed of up to 3 units, but experienced generals have the Master of Maneuver feat, can lead armies up to made up of a larger number of units. When the battle results in a victory, the general's infirmary brings back some of the lost units. The infirmary size is limited, and thus it prioritizes restoring units with the highest value. Having defeated a band of cultists who had driven the captives from Canabras and made the ruins of Vallis Gift their temporary base, the commander's army celebrates its first triumph. Unfortunately, the demon worshippers have killed all the citizens, and gathered their belongings into a huge pile in the middle of the camp. 600 finance points. Okay. Once per round, before the action of any allied unit, a general can use an ability or spell. Abilities of generals in the fighter and ranger classes have a limited number of uses per battle. The spells of a wizard do not have this restriction, but their use requires spending the general's energy. Each day, generals restore 10% of their maximum energy. Alright. Let's see. Attack. Nice. Uh-oh. That's bad. All right. Recruiting units. This new victory has brought you more finance points, which can be used to bolster your army. To recruit new units, click the Recruit button on the panel on the left at the bottom of the screen. Recruited units appear in Canobras. At the beginning of each week, new units become available for recruitment. Crusaders stumbled upon a group of ragged and exhausted scouts. They had set out on a patrol mission deep into the World Wound, But then when Canabras was attacked, they found themselves cut off and surrounded by demons. Surviving such hostile conditions was not easy, but the scout spirits remained high, and they readily joined the commander's forces. Alright, let's see what we have. Having defeated the enemy, the Crusaders scattered across the battlefield in search of trophies. The officers keep an eye on the process so that all the valuable trophies go to the treasury and do not end up in the pockets of lucky soldiers. And discharge. There's 7 of you. Let's see. Recruit. Let's see. Archers. All right. Let's take out this last one. So far, it's pretty straightforward stuff. And I have yet to lose a single unit. I'm just that. I guess I'm just a natural. Or we're still in tutorial mode. Crusade morale. The morale stat reflects the general mood of the Crusaders. Positive morale increases resource income and the number of troops available for recruitment, while negative morale decreases these numbers. Morale changes depending on the morale banners. What are those? While special conditions are met, the banner remains green and increases morale by 1 per day. If the special conditions are not met, The banner turns yellow for 3 days, but still increases morale by 1 per day. Then the banner turns red and decreases morale by 3 per day. Your army is currently carrying 2 banners. The banner of victories stays green while you defeat demon armies. Each victory over a demon army adds 4 days to the time of the banner of victories. The banner of victories stays green. The banner of the march on Dresden stays green while you defeat demon armies on the road to Dresden. Each victory over a demon army on the road to Dresden adds 10 days to the time the banner of the march on Dresden stays green. So it's the same. Okay. Each unit has its own combat morale, the starting value of which depends on the Crusade morale. Various combat effects and spells can change combat morale until the end of battle. Positive combat morale grants the unit a chance to perform another action in the same turn, while units with negative combat morale have a chance to panic and lose their action or even flee. Undead units, as well as some others, do not have combat morale, and thus are not affected by any effects that increase or decrease it. Let's see what we have here. The site of an old battle between the Crusaders and the demons is still strewn with thousands of corpses. The stench of death hangs thick in the air, while the survivors lurch around the battlefield, looting whatever they can. The dead, after all, won't need their trinkets and keepsakes anytime soon. 1,000 finance points. Where have you joined up with them? Can't go any further. Can't go any further. Alright. Not go any further. Alright. There's someone on the road. Get ready. Okay. Magical anomalies are common in the world of Golarion. So common that the use of the word anomaly itself is questionable. A regular city dweller will encounter a chaotic manifestation of supernatural power at least once in their lifetime. One might naturally assume that the strange sky, the ghostly fire from rifts in the ground, the rain of eyeballs, all that the world wound is known for, should find some purchase in the mortal mind. But even the most worldly of travelers feel uneasy at its borders. Why? Perhaps instinctively they understand that this place is not merely a magical wasteland, but a wound, an ulcer, through which the world itself bleeds into the abyss. The commander and his army walk up the high bank of the West Selen River, where it draws near the border of the world wound. The soldiers' feet halt unbidden. On the other bank rises a series of cliffs, too regular in shape to have been formed by wind or water. The sky hangs over their sharp edges and sickening bends. The shade of Mercury on the horizon, rising to dirty rust. As it arches above the soldiers' heads, it regains its familiar azure hue. The soldiers whisper and grumble. The commander feels eyes upon his back. Somewhere among them, wearing simple armor and unrecognized by anyone, The ruler of Mendev is standing and watching the new commander closely. The commander gives a signal to wait and climbs to the highest point along the bank. There he decides to... You convince Galfrey, Queen of Mendev, to join your march on Dresden. Yes, I did. Look around. What? No. Athletics. Yeah, that doesn't work out for me so well. Diplomacy, 17. Address the soldiers and boost their morale. Success. A natural 20. Sweet. Establishing rapport with his troops is yet another battle that the leader must face. Through the subtle alchemy of words, one can win trust and raise morale, or lose face and authority. Addressing the army on the border of the world wound, the commander seeks to establish himself as a military leader on this new battleground. And his efforts prove fruitful. The soldiers listen dutifully, smiles appearing on their faces. Someone in the ranks jokes that the demons are growing tired of waiting for them. The army keeps moving. Lines of soldiers step warily beneath the shroud of low black clouds. It's like the world wound has reached out a finger onto the lands of Mendev. The gesture seems eerily harmless, but then the clouds come to life, shooting out howling tornadoes one after another. The tornadoes come from all sides, from ahead, behind, and right above the soldiers' heads. The power of the elements on one side of the scales, the soldiers' faith and inspiration on the other. It's plain to see which is greater. The determined army runs the gauntlet of tornadoes. The struggle lasts over half an hour, but the army's only losses are a few bags of supplies and a dozen hats whipped off into the sky. After stopping to catch their breath, the soldiers continue on. Their first encounter with the world wound has ended in their favor. 24 experience. Change to morale plus 10. Current morale 18. Nothing to it. Okay. Rest up, everybody.
You look at me like you want to eat me. Take it easy. Food's almost ready.
Don't worry, Paladin. I'd never eat you. I might take a bite out of you, though.
All right. Yes. Okay. It's unknown somehow. Got it. Through the mist, you spot the flickering flames of a campfire. 3 figures wrapped in crusader cloaks are huddled next to it. A stout, smiling dwarf, a brash, dark-haired halfling, and a delicate-looking woman who appears to be very young. The crackling campfire is driving away the bleak fog, and promising warmth and rest for tired legs. Vaughn, noticing you, the halfling's hand jerks toward his weapon, but then he relaxes. Hey, it's the commander himself. Don't just stand there. Have a seat by the fire. It's a bit damp today. You might as well dry off at least. In an amicable gesture, he passes you a large mug that swells of freshly brewed tea. Look around. Perception 22. Look around and make sure this place is safe. Failed. It looks like these three have chosen their campsite wisely. You see no tracks and hear no signs of demons. It's the perfect place to rest and relax. Sniffing loudly, Windwag stares at the three crusaders suspiciously. They look awfully laid back to me. And they've made themselves a little too comfortable out here. There's a reek about this whole setup. Knowledge World 24. Who are you? Succeeded. Vaughn. Frontline scouting party. Our senior sent us ahead to look for ambushes. We've been walking all day, so we're making a bivouac. Go ahead, help yourself to some tea. It's an honor for us to be sharing a campfire with the commander. Something in the way the halfling speaks sounds off. Senior instead of commanding officer, a bivouac instead of the more casual camp. Maybe he's just a new recruit. A broad smile blossoms on Sila's face. I never thought we'd run into such jovial company out here. I don't suppose you guys have anything stronger than tea in your canteens. Catching the halfling's conspiratorial look, she smiles even brighter. What are your names? Proudly lifting his chin, which bears a white scar, the halfling says, I'm Sergeant Vaughn, the leader of this gang of daredevils. You can tell by Vaughn's appearance that he's a fighter. He sports a nose that's been broken more than once. Well-fitted gear, a gutsy spark in the eyes. All the hallmarks of a feisty, courageous warrior. The dwarf grunts and grins. Why would you call our heroic squad a gang, Vaughn? I am Tran. Foot soldier, cook, quartermaster, and the mother hen of this lot. And the one who sets up the tent for Asti, given that she doesn't even have the muscle to drive a stake into the ground. With a smirk, Tran glances at the woman, who immediately turns red in the face. The sweet and terribly young cleric opens her mouth to say something, but shuts it immediately and blushes even more. Finally, she mutters sheepishly, I'm Asti. At your service, Commander. Aren't you scared, camped out here in enemy territory? The dwarf gives you a disapproving sidelong glance. You wound me, Commander. I've walked many roads. I know a good spot for a camp when I see one. Even if a whole column of cultists marched by, they wouldn't think of checking this place. In the meantime, we would watch quietly and count every last one. Thoroughly embarrassed, Asti drops a serious tone and comments in Tran's direction. You and your boasting. Her two comrades greet her remark with a burst of laughter. Sit by the campfire since you're offering. Draw your weapons. Something's not right. Attack! Smirking brazenly, the halfling licks his lips with a surprisingly long, pustule-covered red tongue. Ha! Would you look at that? He didn't buy it. Enough of this masquerade then, everyone. No more games. The figures by the fire ripple and transform. 3 gray-haired and dark-skinned elves watch you with mocking sneers. Their twisted, grimacing faces look demonic. From the haze, more previously unseen shadows materialize. They are all just as loathsome and unsettling. The campfire emits a sickly, sweet, intoxicating smell, and in the squat kettle you see some slimy mushrooms swimming in a disgusting, boiling slurry. Think I'm at your mercy? Little praise. Who are you? The one who was pretending to be the halfling Velm makes a face, mimicking you in an obnoxious voice. Who are you? We are the servants of Lord Descari, and you are the pitiful insect that got caught in our web. The elf who was masquerading as the cleric, Asti, gives you a lecherous smile, enthusiastically dragging her tongue along the blade of her dagger. Did you like sweet little Asti? Did you want to play with her in your tent? You monsters. Sela looks at those who appeared to be trusted allies a moment ago with open disgust. How did I not see you for what you are right from the start? Dumb paladin, you really think your ability to sense evil can't be fooled? Lady Anamora taught us long ago how to trick the likes of you. What was the point of this charade? Lady Anamora desires your head, and will gladly deliver it. The elf whose voice as Tran was so convincing lets out a repulsive snicker. Let's see. Attack. You think I'm at your mercy? We'll see who the real prey is. I love it when prey tries to fight back. Let's do this. This will be pretty quick. Draw Magus. Draw Magus. Let's go after the Draw Magus. Draw crossbowmen. Velm had daggers, Tran had a buckler and a rapier. Nazi had a crossbow. This guy didn't have much. Alright, let's see.
You follow.
Alright. Let's see here. Based on weight, we'll drop
You're a good person. I like you.
Smile, the world's not ending just yet.
Onwards!
leave. Let's see. Alright. Let's see here. A unit of mercenaries serving Horgus Gorm has reached the troops with a chest full of gold coins and a message from Sir Horgus to score more victories. Accept. Cool. Nightingale Grove. What do we have here? Alright. Get your hands off that. That's mine. Yours? Well, watch me. Wait, someone's here. Run. Nobody's running. Draw your weapons and fight, you cowards, or I'll cut you down myself. Marauders. Just lame after the alchemist first.
Let's hear you cry!
Into the fray! Just sit here. Don't worry about me.
See. Heal.
Skip the pleasantries.
Alright. Marauder leader. Moss Pouch. No filter. Alright, so what do we got? Momentum. Light Warhammer. Light Hammer. +2. Oh, when it crits. Okay. And then another Light Hammer that's just a +1. Blood Clarity. Whenever the wearer of this Cloak of Resistance +2 lands a killing blow, they gain immunity to mind-affecting conditions for 3 rounds. Yeah. It fits a red dragon. Wait, no, I think I chose gold dragon. Oh well, details. Moss potted. +1 chain shirt. And we'll just dump these. Marauder Alchemist. One cloak. Loot. More loot. More loot. And more still. Wait, what is this? A letter to a noble crusader. I hope this letter finds you in good health, Sir William. I see now with great sadness that you have quite forgotten and abandoned us. It's been 3 years since you have visited your native lands, and your father at your family crypt. Last summer, some passers-by broke the lock on it and spent the night inside. As steward, I installed a new lock and cleaned up all the wreckage. Your servant who went missing, whom you inquired after in your previous letter, has indeed been seen, but at present his precise whereabouts are unknown. He came to us, looked at us with contempt, said something through his teeth, gathered taxes for you, ate a whole goose for free at the tavern, jumped on his horse, and galloped off. If he went missing somewhere on the road, we wouldn't know anything about it. It's been a complete disaster here, even without missing strangers to account for. 7 days ago, all cows gave black milk, and the milkman, who tasted it out of drunken stupidity, died on the pain of twisted bowels. There is something wrong with the spring. The water stinks of rotten eggs, and the cattle won't drink it. Besides, some scoundrel threw some dead dogs into the closest well, the one on the crossroads, so we filled it with soil. I expect the demons are giving us trouble any way they can. Our cattle are dying of thirst. Children are going missing in your protected forest. The woodcutters saw some scarecrows which they swore were alive. They spoke of angry faces and bared teeth. They were afraid to get too close and watch them from afar. Frightening things are going on in the woods. I fear that witches and demons have settled on in your protected forest to do their wicked mischief. They are probably the ones who picked the bones of your servant who's gone missing. And you ask us, as if you suspect us of being involved. As if we could kill and rob an honest man. It's upsetting, Sir William. We never touched your servant, and if we did, he was a wretched man, smug and nasty. And we have no food or water, and our children are going missing. Instead of serving your Lady Galfrey, you should be home defending us and bringing us food. You must have some gold, Lord that you are. There is no one to protect us besides you. The city lads only come to find new recruits and take our gold. They don't have the authority to do anything more, and the send-off we give our lads and lasses they take, the whole village comes to say farewell, just like it's a funeral. None of them have returned home to the village yet. We are dying. So I'll tell you the honest truth, Sir William. We cannot live like that anymore. But we cannot die in such terrible conditions either. So we agreed with our neighbors to burn down your forest on the next new moon. Your protected forest where the dark beasts live. We'll surround it, set it on fire from all sides, and hire a wizard to steer the wind. You won't be put off just because the forest is protected, or we won't be put off just because the forest is protected, or because no one may shoot game there, or enter therein, or cut down its trees. Of course, you'll be very angry at us for burning down your family forest, because we've already been cutting its woods and shooting game there, for there's nothing else to eat and no other wood. We won't let the forest beasts steal our children. If you wish, come and execute me. Execute all of us. But we won't put up with this anymore. That's that. Respectfully, the steward of Vixala Village, to Lord Sir William. Anything up here? Not. Nope. What about over here? Nope. Alright. That's it.
Move out!
Move. Alright. You refuse to admit that life is ruled by despair, and that hope only deceives people. But despair is what led you to Iomade, isn't that true? If you had just hoped for the best, you would still be a thief. Don't preach your silly ideas to me. I didn't wallow in despair. I did the right thing. That's totally different. Alright, we're gonna save and move on. Well, we're gonna call it for tonight. Alright, everybody, thanks for stopping by. It's been a long stream. I will be on tomorrow, and it will not be as long tomorrow. And until then, take care.